You can share
Yes.
the screen again,
Yes,
and
yes,
then
yes.
please press F5 on PowerPoint.
Your entire screen. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
And share.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now it's better.
Yes, exactly. Please proceed. Thank you.
Okay. So, I will try to explain to you what I have worked on since I finished my presidency in FIG. I'm currently working, cooperating with UNEC. I was the vice president, the vice chair of the WPLA Working Party on Land Administration, and we have prepared a couple of publications, mainly the guidelines for formalization of informal constructions for all the countries that belong to the UNEC region, including Turkey. And then we prepared the COVID-19 recovery action plan for the region for informal settlements. So now we are currently giving information to all our member states how we will implement both the formalization of informal constructions, the guidelines, and the recovery action plan at the same time. So what I will try to tell you here is to give you a very brief background information about the publications, and then to give you the overall process of formalization, and to tell you exactly what is the recovery action plan, and how can we fit together and start their implementation together, and then some of the anticipated common challenges that we are expected to meet when we try to implement. As I told you, we have these three publications: the Self-Made Cities, the Formalization of Informal, which is an assessment of the formalization projects of some countries. And then through these two, we ended up in writing the guidelines for formalization for all countries. Several countries in our region have experience in formalization, and they have started formalizing informal settlements. And we just need to emphasize that now during the pandemic period, it is really important also to work for the recovery action plan from COVID. And we have tried to accompany the guidelines publication with some videos and online lectures that you can find also at the website of UNECE. Um, what we understand, as you already know in your country, it is that informal real estate is defined as unauthorized property units that lack planning and building permits, and in many cases they lack property titles as well, or are built in excess of such permits. And it can be residential, but not exclusively. We have a variety of types, from very small to very complex buildings. Some of them are self-made, some of them are made by professional constructors. And what we need to remember is that when that housing is important, and having a number of informal constructions in our countries, this means that there is something in the land administration and land management system that makes it very complex task. And when neither the state nor the private sector provide the appropriate supply, what people need, then people build informally. But we have to keep in mind the United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda 2030, that we all are engaged, and we have promised that residents in informal settlements must be empowered. And one more reason now with the COVID. What we try to emphasize here in our lectures and in the guidelines is that we must put an emphasis in title issuing and property registration, because through that we empower the residents against land grabbing and evictions. They can use the titles for improving living conditions, because by clear titles we have marketable property units. People can the jobs, especially during the COVID period, that it's a lot of unemployment. You can minimize the lending risks. You enable funding further improvements in the neighborhood, and also for the government, inclusive property registration and cadastre enables the establishment of spatial data infrastructures, which is very, very useful for evidence-based decision making and for interventions and even for provision of humanitarian support in these settlements. And what we say is that existing informal rights should be recognized and legalized prior to any land reforms. When by 2020 we were ready with the guidelines, and then we had the COVID, and we worked very hard the first year of the pandemic. So we prepared the UNSC Recovery Action Plan. This is also a guide, and it gives you information what is needed to be done in order to build resilience and to build back better resilience for the pandemic and build back better the informal settlements. And what we need to do now is to see how we will systematically prepare the local pandemic risk reduction plans, and also other local disaster risk reduction plans to improve, to build back better. And why we do that now? Because very few countries have really made a progress for the United Nations Sustainable Development 2030 agenda. And because of the pandemic, it is anticipated that we will have about 150 million new poor globally and even more. And COVID has a higher localized concentration in informal settlements where people are less prepared and they are most exposed and most vulnerable. And there is a lack of services there. And we have to keep in mind that the pandemic does not recognize legal or physical boundaries. And restoring global health is the uppermost priority. So we must give priority to these settlements. What is actually the Recovery Action Plan? It is a list of actions and activities that you need to take, a list of goals, in fact, and then the certain actions that you need to take care so that you will build the resilience. It is accompanied by several policy briefs you see here about food, about nature-based solutions, about service provision, water and sanitation, about energy, about mobility, etc. And we have as example some city assessment reports, and then we are expected to prepare the city pandemic risk reduction plan. Now, the Recovery Action Plan actually has 9 policy areas. Each one has main goals. We have policy area 1, which talks about security of tenure, improving of land rights, building the geospatial infrastructure, and resource allocation and justice. This is the goal, and underneath that we have targets and actions that you need to do. Then again, policy area 2 is involvement of local communities and local action. Policy area 3 is basic data sets and how to collect the geospatial information, telecommunication and information technology. Policy area 4 talks about physical infrastructure, provision of water and sanitation networks and improving them, and energy services. Policy area 5 talks about social and infrastructure services, and 6 talks about the measures, stay at home recommendations for COVID, cultural and vulnerable groups. Policy area 7 talks about food and basic consumption and distribution during the COVID. Policy area 8 talks about environmental concerns, and the identification of green spaces and recreations and social events and all what you need to take care during the COVID period. And policy area 9 talks about the buildings and how you can improve the inside, and those buildings that they accumulate a large number of people, public buildings, how to streamline the activities inside the buildings, how to improve the constructions, and also the homes, and to do some improvements in the homes, some small improvements, but necessary for the pandemic. Um, also for the recovery action plan, we have tried to classify all the activities and give them some colors, not according to the priority of what is needed, because each informal settlement has a different priority, but because of the time needed to accomplish the actions, the specific actions. So we have the emergency goals, which can be accomplished in less than 6 months, and this is the actually the pandemic urgent risk reduction plan, the red ones. Then the short-term goals, which need less than a year to be accomplished, which again builds resilience and builds back better. Then the intermediate terms that require 6 to 18 months to be accomplished. And then the long-term goals, which require more than a year, often 1 to 5 years. Now here I will give you the brief structure of the guidelines for formalization. We provide information how to build the strategy, and actually in lectures 2 and 3, and then how to prepare the framework for formalization and how to implement in lecture 4, and the value of having inclusivity in a property registration system in lecture 5. And then the lecture 6 and 7 is how to improve in parallel, to improve the settlements and the constructions, and how to what actions needed following formalization. As I said, we focus on the formalization of titles, and we have to remember that we never continue building back better, because all countries continue improving the property registration systems, developing pro-growth planning, improving the infrastructure works, in general, doing all kinds of land management actions that needed to be done. So here for the formalization of strategy, how to prepare a strategy for formalization, we say that you have to give an analysis of the problem and to develop a background paper, then to gain political support and to raise awareness among the society and all involved actors. And to prepare the inventory base map, we give information how to classify the zones and the types of construction according to the age, size, and quality in a simple way. This is important. How to collect the data about the population and the residents, how to prepare a cost-benefit analysis, and focus on fit for purpose and quick wins, because this is what politicians want, and to agree on this, and then prepare a communication plan, draft a strategy report, and get the approval of the government. Then when you make the framework for formalization, then you have to think carefully when you define the zones and the categories of the constructions, to preserve the protected areas both within and outside the zones, to define between the legal informalities and the technical informalities. For legal informalities, you need a political decision to provide titles, clear titles in an affordable manner, and to provide also planning amnesty, so that you will unblock the wealth in these constructions. And then when you talk about the technical informality, you have to classify the risks and decide about the inspections. We suggest that we should avoid on-site inspections, and for small and mid-sized constructions, when we issue operational permits, we should be sure that occupants accept the risks and are aware of actions to be taken for safety. And then, of course, inspections are necessary for complex constructions prior to any operational permits. Then you have to design the formalization process, and you take care of the roles of all the involved institutions, and to define the registration process. Be sure that transactions should be allowed, and property titles should not be legally bound with planning and construction requirements. And then to determine the administration system and the technical facilities that will support the formalization, the level of penalties and the legal framework, and then to start receiving and process the applications and the documents, to collect the penalties and fees in an affordable way, and to register the constructions in a simple way, to avoid complex lists and special evidence lists, and just provide clear titles wherever it is possible. Um, and allow transactions even if the construction is of poor quality, because it is something different than all the rest planning and permitting procedures. To monitor the process and to make the adjustments. And we understand that during the formalization, a lot of legal issues will appear and will be uncovered, which may be difficult to be solved legally and through the courts, which uh, um, have an extreme delay on the whole process. So we suggest that you should consider mediation procedures to solve the problems. And then, of course, we have the actions that have to be taken in parallel to develop the local disaster risk reduction plans and prioritize the recovery action plan for the pandemic. And here some brief information how to provide the pandemic risk reduction plan. First of all is to read the national directions, then to collect historical geospatial and demographic data, and make good use of our 2-year experience through the COVID to estimate the risk in the various informal zones, always in relation to the progress of formalization, to assess and identify municipal resources, to identify the risks and classify the zones, the formalization zones, into low, mid, and high risk zones, to identify possible donors, then to identify the current available geospatial data sources, and to use the inventory for formalization, and to improve it with additional data and key landmarks, for example, information about hospitals, clinics, intensive care units, medical staff, road network, and other service networks, to mark what public gathering areas pose the greatest risk, what are the safe green areas, to identify routes, etc., and buildings that are frequently used and need interventions, to understand what is already done during the pandemic according to the 9 policy areas, and what is needed up to the end of what is the reality, what is needed up to the end of the pandemic, to have the numbers of affected people and the economic damage, to recognize what is your residual extensive risk in front of you, and to see what legal interventions are needed in order to implement the measures for COVID, and then to prioritize and arrange budget allocation, identify responsible organizations. Usually you need to establish an emergency operational center in the municipality, then confirm the pandemic risk reduction plan with the relevant authorities and go for implementation. And here is again how you can do it together with the formalization. When you develop the strategy, you develop also for formalization, you develop also the local pandemic risk reduction plan. Then when you prepare the framework, you think again in parallel about the risk pandemic plan. And then when you implement, again, you have to monitor also, not only monitor the progress of formalization, but monitor daily and modify daily the progress for the pandemic. And some of the complex issues that you will face that through our experience, the collective experience, is that both formalization and the pandemic recovery action plan are complex problems, and corruption is always there. So you need to be careful about that. You need to be careful not to have overlapping responsibilities, not to try to solve everything at once, to focus on legislation revisions that are needed. Usually we say that we don't have capacity and funds, but our real problems is that we cannot easily identify and involve the local experts. So this is an issue to focus your attention, and also how to align the funding. And to know that we need to simplify the problems for the politicians, to show the benefits, and to have quick results, quick wins, and to make good use of the technology, crowdsourcing, fit-for-purpose approaches, to address all the constraints, political, ethical, legal, cultural, religious, etc., that oppose any progress both in formalization and for the pandemic measures. To involve the private sector, which is very important, especially for specific tasks, for example, digitalization of services, automation, etc., to engage the society, which is important, and to develop these local plans. And once again, I want to remind you to remember that we cannot solve everything at once, and to remember what Albert Einstein has said: learn from yesterday, live for today, hope for tomorrow. The important thing is not to stop questioning. And this is my presentation. And I really thank you for giving me the opportunity to um, present to you. And I give the floor to John.
Thank you so much, Professor. It has been a nice contribution, and I would like to also thank you for your really intense contributions to the existing body of literature of informal settlements, and to have you share these informations, cutting edge and new prospective things in our sessions. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Well, I really thank you for giving me the chance. And as you all know, this is altogether land administration, land management issue.
Yes, exactly. Since we have 3 minutes to the other session, we can proceed directly to the land management session.
Okay.
Let me check whether the presenters are here. The next session will consist of 3 presentations from Dr. Patil, Dr. Taktak, and Dr. Bediroğlu. The first one will be Rajahan Patil. He will present us his paper entitled as Spatiotemporal Analysis of Climate Change in India, a Theoretical Perspective. By the way, this conference will not be broadcasted online on YouTube. We are recording the sessions. After the event, we will upload all the videos on our YouTube channel. Because of the fact that we do not have any conference fees, and the prices of Zoom is extraordinary in these days, we needed to do it on Google Meets. We have free of use by Mersin University. We are so sorry about that, for not having a live session on YouTube, but we will record and upload it on YouTube afterwards. For the presenters, we have 8 minutes to 10 minutes. The chair will be Professor Potsiu. She can interrupt your presentation in case of exceeding time. Please remind that you have only 8 to 10 minutes. And if the participants have any questions, they can ask their questions via online chat or raise their hands if they want to ask verbal questions after all the presentation, after each presentations, let's say. And that's all for the instructions. So, Mr. Patil, you can share your screen and open up your microphone, please. Thank you.
I think John, we can share together. If you want, you can also. Yeah.
Yeah. I will accompany you. Don't worry. Thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Patil, the stage is yours. Thank you.
So, Mr. Patil, go ahead.
Yeah.
Mr. Patil, maybe he cannot hear us.
He's hearing us, but I think he's opening up his conversation. Yeah.
Yes, you start.
You can start.
Start, yes. It's your time to start. He cannot hear us well.
Yeah, I think he's hearing us, but he's trying to open up his presentation, I think. Let's give him 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, during the online sessions, these things happen. We are so accustomed to these kind of connection things.
And
yeah.
it is really very good what you're doing. Very helpful.
Mr. Patel, is everything okay with you? I think your microphone is not switched on right now. I think he has connection problems. If I don't,
such a pity.
Yeah, it's. Mr. Patil, can you open up your microphone, please? Because we cannot hear you. And I cannot personally open up your microphone. Yeah. So. The power of microphone is very low. Mr. Patil, can you share your screen with us, the presentation? Yeah. Because we have a time limit, so if you don't have any resolution for the presentation, we need to skip to the other presenter.
It would have been better if we started with the others first.
Yes. Okay. We will proceed to Dr. Tak, if he's ready. Dr. Tak, can you hear us?
I will present the output.
Okay. Can you present your name and your title, please? Because we don't
I'm
recognize.
a graduate student at Uşak University. My name is Fatma Yüksel Doğru. I will present the next presentation.
Thank you so much. Can you share your screen with us? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it seen to you?
Yes, but it could be better if you do it full screen.
Is it okay now?
With press F5, it's going to be better to make it full screen. Yeah, that button.
Is it okay? Shall I start?
You can, but if you do it on full screen by pressing F5 or the bottom nearby zoom out, there is a button to make it full screen. We will be able to read your script better. Tam ekran yapabilirsiniz, onu bekliyoruz.
Ben de o şekilde gözüküyor o yüzden.
Okay, you can go further. Don't worry.
Okay. I will present to you the investigation of assembly centers in the disaster areas in Merkez District of Uşak province in Turkey. Here is the table of contents. Firstly, as you know, in our country, natural disasters are frequently occurring. That's why it's necessary to have plans and guidelines.
Mrs. Yüksel, sorry. Could you unshare the presentation and share the entire screen again? Because it doesn't move, okay? It doesn't move. Share again, press entire screen, and then you can go forward again.
Okay. Is it better?
Yeah, it's okay. We can see now. Thank you.
Thank you. I will continue. And as you know, disaster response plans and earthquake strategy and action plans are informative and guiding documents in this area. So these plans and guidelines are necessary for the public institutions, organizations, and response team and what they will do. There are earthquake regions mapped in Turkey up to 2018. In 2018, AFAD renewed this plan, an earthquake hazard map of Turkey. It was earthquake hazard map of Turkey after that. And this plan was much more detailed. That one. We highlighted the Uşak city in this part. This is our location of study area. So the earthquake zone concept is off and the more detailed on now, and the more detailed degree system is off. So we elaborated the post-disaster assembly areas. The post-disaster assembly areas are also the safe areas where people can gather by moving from the dangerous areas in kind of any disasters. So it could be accessible for everyone, for children, elderly people, disabled people. The locations are determined by the relevant municipalities in each province in Turkey. So AFAD indicates 7 criteria to take into account. These 7 criteria, we also determined the 7 criteria and also other studies. In 2002, Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality and Japan International Cooperation Agency got a final report and they recommended a 2-phase evacuation system in this report. In first phase, primary evacuation areas, and they constitute the post-disaster assembly areas in this part. And the second part is more complex, regional evacuation areas, and they constitute the shelter areas and tent villages. The first part, post-disaster assembly areas, for all citizens and residents in the area, they determined the gross minimum area should be 1.5 meters square per capita, and the areas should be selected as possible as publicly owned lands. It should be publicly owned lands, they said. So in this study, we take this 1.5 meters square per capita standard. We also elaborated the other studies. Another study stated that 5 criteria should be considered to determine the areas. These are accessibility, connection with the road access, availability and multifunctionality, ownership, and area sizes. This 2 criterion is like the final report of the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality and Japan Agency. So in our study area, there are 6 districts. Our study area is a central district. It has 28 neighborhoods and 33 post-disaster assembly areas in total. To all study, we gave the 1.5 meters square per capita as in the report. We did this table, and I will show the parts. In this table, we elaborated the assembly areas of Merkez District and in terms of infrastructure, area size, area per capita, and capacities. This is the neighborhoods and the assembly areas in each neighborhoods. If they have water, sewer system, electricity, and so infrastructure status, their area sizes, capacities per person, and total areas in neighborhoods, total areas, the population of the neighborhoods, area per capita when we do the calculations, and its compliance with the standards or not. As we do this, as you know, some neighborhoods do not have any assembly areas. It's like that. And some of them are not compliant with the 1.5 meter square standard. In some parts, we can reach through the AFAD this data, and also in e-government. In e-government, there's a map, and you click on the map. It shows the closest 3 assembly areas to you. Then we analyze the neighborhoods that have assembly areas. In 11 neighborhoods do not have any assembly area. Here, here, and also in here. So like this, these parts very far from the center neighborhoods. There's Kemalöz neighborhood. Here is this is the most populated neighborhood in the city, and it's compliant with the standard. But after that, in respectively, here is another populous neighborhood, and it's not compliant with the standard. So it's not enough for the citizens in that neighborhood. Some neighborhoods are well above the standard actually, but the assembly areas could be used by their immediate vicinity if there is an accessible way to it. Another criterion is ownership. All assembly areas consists of parks and picnic areas and public ownership in this district. We gave the information from AFAD, and all assembly areas are composed of public ownership areas, and no expropriation has been mentioned as the information we gave from the AFAD. As we look at the infrastructure, there are total 33 areas and not capable of satisfying the needs in infrastructure, actually. In 4 parks, the sewer system is not suitable. In the same 4 parks, there is no water infrastructure. There's only one park, there's only one assembly area. The electricity infrastructure is not available. And the biggest problem is sewer system. More than half of the assembly areas, there is no sewer system. And also in these assembly areas, not the sewer system, but also electricity and water is a problem too. When we examine the locations of the assembly areas, we gave the coordinates from the AFAD and also the e-government, and we looked the distribution of them. The near assembly areas to the center are more densely located, so because their numbers are too much, and their usage as neighborhood park, children parks like that. But the assembly areas far from the center, they are really larger parks and used as a picnic areas for the people. It's the parks which are smaller in the city, in the center, they have the characteristics of children park and neighborhood park. They are very smaller parks. In this figure, we elaborated the densities of the distribution of the areas. As you know, the number of the assembly areas is too much, but the density is higher in the far from center areas because their sizes are very larger. And in this analysis, we specify the distances 100, 300, and 500 meters from each assembly area, because the comfortable walking distance is so, because we also think about the elderly, children, and disabled people. So in 500 walking distance, as you know, there is a parts that are empty for people to reach through the assembly areas in any disaster. As we all know, assembly areas are vital importance during the first 12 to 24-hour period. So in the event of a disaster, it's very crucial to people reach the assembly areas the shortest time possible. Of course, the capacity should be sufficient, but it's not enough for all of the people. The assembly areas should be determined to building block scale and neighborhood scale, and it should be safe to reach the people to areas. Infrastructure and superstructure is also very important, because the people should, the areas should respond to the vital needs of the disaster victims. In the study, we elaborated the calculations and the distribution of the areas. Also, there are too much safety concerns, such as collapse of buildings. So the areas should be safe for people in easy to access areas, and safe. There should be safe ways to reach through the areas. And the deficiencies in the assembly areas should be corrected, and the new areas need to be determined in the neighborhoods where the assembly areas not sufficient. With GIS, the analysis and use of spatial and non-spatial data could be achieved easily. That's why it would be advantageous using GIS to identify deficiencies of the assembly areas and to determine the new ones. And I will thank you for your attention all.
Thank you so much. And your presentation was extremely well coordinated with my presentation. And I'm really happy, as if we had organized it like that. It's very useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we should proceed with the next presentation. What do you think, Jan?
Yeah, there is no question, written or verbal one, so we can proceed to the next one
Yes.
because I cannot see Mr. Patil's connection again. So we can proceed directly to Dr. Bediroğlu. Okay, Mr. Patil, can you hear us? Could you open up your microphone, please? Can you speak now, please, in order to hear you? Yeah, you can share your screen, but your voice is very, very, very low. If you have any other microphone with you, you can use it. Can you speak again? No, it's not hearable.
You must grant permissions in order to screen share.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay now. We can hear you. Can you share your screen? I allow you to share your screen, please.
No, you must grant permission in order to screen share.
No, you don't need to have a permission grant. You can directly share your screen by pressing the share my screen now button underneath our grid of cameras. You don't need a permission. You can directly share it.
Hello, please take next.
Shall I go further with the other presenter?
Yeah, further.
Okay,
Yeah, after that.
Your microphone is closed, dear Dr. Muzaffer. Your
Okay. Sorry. The presentation's title is Developing 3D Real Estate Text Visualization Management System with GIS-based Procedural Modeling Approach by Dr. Şevket Bediroğlu from Gaziantep University. So you can share the screen with us, and you have 8 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the screen is okay.
Yeah, it's okay, but it could be better if you do it on full screen.
Okay.
Now it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Şevket Bediroğlu from Gaziantep University. Today I will present you my study entitled Developing 3D Real Estate Text Visualization Management System with GIS-based Procedural Modeling Approach. My presentation includes firstly a short introduction and literature review, and then problem and aim of study, and then methodology and case study and result and conclusion. If we shortly look up to the literature, the use of geoinformation for enabling and facilitating smart city environments covers a wide range of fields, including 3D modeling. And also, a 3D city model is, by definition, a three-dimensional graphic image capable of translating real city objects like buildings or urban furniture into a virtual scene. If we look to the historical temporal process, the process starts with paper maps, as you know, at before first times, and then computer-aided design comes to the scene, and at following stage we see GIS systems, and now have started to see 3D GIS models and working on cloud systems. At here, I want to explain you the building independent section term. Firstly, the most used module of CTGML is the building model. And also, in my study, the term independent section here corresponds to a section which is separated from other sections by walls or other partitions and has its own title deed of or certificate of ownership. In other words, a section which is individually managed, sold, or brought is considered to be an independent section. This division is complicated and can be changeable according to the different functions and architectural plans of the buildings. As you see in the picture, in here, there are some flats, some trade centers. These are different independent sections. The problem of my study is the problem and aim of my study. If I want to explain my problem and aim of my study, the objective of this paper was to enable GIS, 3D, and real estate text evaluation integration by creating 3D models for buildings with separate floors and independent sections. GIS-based procedural 3D modeling method is used for creating 3D building models with independent sections, including real estate text evaluation parameters. It is seen that this method is an efficient and cost-effective approach for the purpose of this study. With this paper, we plan to help solving these scientific problems, investigating the advantages of 3D systems and to detect great and minor errors, ensuring compliance with the principle of transparency that arise during the evaluation and management of real estate taxations. And other purposes are conducting comprehensive research on 3D model production, methods, detail levels of models, and other parameters that can be used in real estate tax management. Developing an applicable, cost-effective approach that balances performance and equality in the subject-specific 3D model projection process. Since the vast majority of data sets to be used cannot be used directly, for example, architectural plans, developing methods for saving time and standardization by providing automation in the process of making these data sets available. If we shortly look to 3D data representation types, there are various data representation types, and this is a dynamic process. In last times, new 3D data representation types, 3D data formats are coming to the scene. We can see them. And these are well-known 3D representation types, wireframe, bounding representation, solid, voxel, LiDAR, and procedural modeling methods. If we look to methodology of my study, at the right figure, you can see evolved methodology. Workflow of system is shown at figure 1. When the methods are considered in detail, hierarchical processing sequences were designed and implemented. Firstly, I have created the designed and created the geodatabase in GIS software ArcGIS. And then next step was calculating real estate tax values with related parameters And CGA language was used for the purpose of procedural 3D modeling. Attribute files related to these independent sections were then connected with 3D modeling model geometries. The independent sections were linked with related attribute GIS files, which included tabular data within footprints of sections. In the following stage, rule-based parameters and the codes were created to extrude independent sections. And then orthoimagery was posed with the 3D land surface containing 3D models of the ground surface. Orthoimagery and them are directly meshed in places where there are no buildings. In places where buildings exist, the rule file we prepared for the city engine program, orthoimagery parts corresponding to the roof of buildings are assigned to the roof as textures. If you look to parameters I have used for real estate taxation, these parameters are general, a fair value on street basis. In Turkey, we say raiç bedel for the street. Material of the building, quality of the building, age of the building, construction area of the building, function of independent section, is it shop, flat, apartment, etc. Floor number of independent section, height from street, especially. And finally, independent section, real estate tax, the calculated value. Here you can see some part of CGA codes, CGA codes, CGA means computer generated architecture. You can see some part of codes here. This is a long code list, but just here I can show a small part because of this is a presentation. And also when we look at the case study, I have chosen Trabzon City for applying case study. And at the screen you can see data preparation stage from ArcMap software. We have created a first in here you can see graphic data set, and here there are tabular attribute files, and you can see architectural plans and texture of the building. And this is this 3D approach has been applied to GIS data set by automatically applying to 3D modeling model creation rules. This 3D approach to model creation was applied to 121 buildings and their related independent sections. The details of the methodology, as I stated before, is easy to implement to the footprints of the buildings. In here, the approach is different. There's GIS database, as you can see. There are buildings, there are streets, there are other objects. I am creating these procedural modeling codes, and then when I apply these rules to footprints, I get these building footprints. And also, all the buildings have taxation values inside them. And also, especially this system is designed for visualization of tax status. You can say you can colorize the buildings according to their tax values. By this way, you can easily say, is there any mistake, or is there any rough mistake or not? And also, you can see taxpayer, non-taxpayers easily from the systems. At this slide, you can see this is colored to tax values. So this is colored according to tax values of buildings, and also you can see who has paid or didn't pay. And this is my study. And finally, the results and conclusions are here. Efficient approach for creating the core features of 3D building components for 3D city models. Using 3D models produced in the study, 3D visualization of property tax values calculated by mass appraisal method could be made practically via GIS attribute information recently prepared by municipality technical works office. All the 3D models and GIS files can also be shared with citizens due to permission of administrator at local authority. At this point, we use cloud-based systems. Via cloud, we can share this easily to public or inside municipality. The system brings transparency and accountability for local government studies. In study two cases were found most useful case. First is coloring the independent sections, as I stated before, and buildings due to update text values, current text values. Second is coloring the same objects due to payment status of taxes. With the help of parametric modeling, users are able to make these visualizations and queries in a few seconds. Now this system is at evaluation and informing platform. However, the model may be a decision support system in recent feature. And finally, the system brings speed and flexibility to 3D modeling studies. One rule can be used for modeling many buildings, thus making the system fast. In addition, applying any change to the 3D models for any possible scenario is easy as the system provides an adaptable environment. This flexibility works in terms of changing 3D models is an automatic system for integration with other formats, such as CityGMA or Collada or another. This study has shown that 3D modeling provides easy understanding and functionality for taxation applications with the help of visualization. Users can easily query text values in 3D and get access about detailed GIS information related with the independent section. Thank you for listening. My presentation finishes here. That's okay.
Thank you so much. Your presentation is really interesting. And tell me something I missed to hear. Is this work done for the ministry? Is this your ministry is using this data, this system?
It's not a ministry. It has been done with municipality, collaboration with
Yes.
municipality.
Excellent, excellent. As
Thank you.
always.
Thank you.
Turkish universities are on the top.
Thank
Congratulations.
you so. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Hearing this from you is very good.
Okay, that's the purpose. Yeah,
Thank you
that's
so
the
much.
purpose that I'm here.
Thank you so much.
Okay, okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bediroğlu. You can unshare your screen now. Actually, the time is up for our session. Actually, I texted to Dr. Patil. I think he's gonna share the presentation with us. Can you hear us, Mr. Patil? I suppose that your sound problem still goes on. Can you put your microphone close to your mouth, please?
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, it's better. It's better. Please proceed. Thank you. Dr. Patil, I think we have a problem of connection with you because we cannot either hearing you or your also view is getting blocked. So let's do it. Since we have also concluded the session, please send us a 7 minutes long video and I will show it online. In case of such internet problems, we do it like that. So please send us a 7 minutes long video, and after the sessions, in the end of the day, I will show it online, okay? Because we have a time limit, so I beg your pardon about that because we couldn't resolve your internet connection problem. So thank you so much. You can unshare your screen, and we will have a break. And then thank you so much, Professor Dr. Chrysipotziou. And I would like to have your written comments about the presentations you saw, whether they should go for a journal publication or not. Just a small comment by email will be enough for us.
For sure, yes.
Thank you so much.
We will communicate, yes. So I will not continue with the rest of the day, but we will be in contact through email.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
And I promise to listen also to Professor Patil's presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much. Efaristopoli, by the way. And we have a 15, let's say 11 minutes coffee break, and we will go with the photogrammetry and remote sensing session 1, which will be chaired by Dr. Arthur Gil from Portugal. Thank you so much.
Okay. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Have a very fruitful event.
Thank you
Goodbye,
so much.
everybody.
Give our regards to our colleagues in
Very
Athens.
many thanks for giving me the opportunity to see you all.
Thank you so much. Give our regards to Greek colleagues there. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
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 हॅलो पाटील सर, आवाज येतोय?
येतोय.
ओके.
हा, अरे तू तरी चांगला ह्याच्यात अशी ते काय माझं स्क्रीन शेअरच होईल.
हा, स्क्रीनच प्रॉब्लेम आलाय सर. स्क्रीन प्रॉब्लेम आणि आवाज पण येत नव्हता सर.
होय का? आता मी मोबाईलवर आहे.
हा हा हा.
मी लॅपटॉप घेतला होता ना, त्याच्यावरती चालू होतं पण ते प्रॉब्लेम.
तरी दोन्ही मी पण दोन्ही केले चालू, मोबाईलवर पण आहे आणि ह्याला
हा,
लॅपटॉपवर.
पण मोबाईलवरती पीपीटी घेतलास काय?
मोबाईलवरती नाही, ह्याला लॅपटॉपलाच घेतलंय. लॅपटॉपच आहे ऑन.
झालंय ना? हा, तुझं
स्क्रीन
झालंय तर मग काय प्रश्न
हा,
नाही.
तेच.
अरे इथे उघडलंय मी, पण ते
हा.
शेअरच होईना.
नाही सर, नेटचा पण प्रॉब्लेम आणि ढगाळलेलं वातावरण आहे, त्यामुळे प्रॉब्लेम
हा, नाही मी त्यासाठी घरी आलो कॉलेजमधून. काय अवघड. आणि घरात लँडलाईनचं ब्रॉडबँड आहे म्हणून मी इकडे आलो ना. आपण दोघेच दिसतोय इथे.
नाही, आता ब्रेकच आहे ना त्या चहाचा. बघूया आता, त्यांच्याकडे आता 10-20 झालेत बहुतेक.
10-20 नाही झाले, 10-28 झाले.
10-25 झालेत. आता 30ला चालू होईल.
हा,
बघा मग.
नाही होणार, आता होणार. दोघेच आहे पण आता 26 जण आहेत सगळे.
हा हा.
त्यांनी मला 2 वेळा चान्स दिला, पण काय करणार.
सर आता काय करा माहिती आहे, मोबाईलचा आहे ना आवाज जो आहे ना तो खूप कमी करा,
हा
म्हणजे रिप्लाय येत नाही.
हा, ठीक आहे.
हा, आत्ता येत नाही बरोबर. ओके, चालतंय बघा.
Hello.
पाटील सर माईक बंद करा.
माझा
हां हां. ओके.
For the first presentation, is Mr. Ubale going to present, or again, Mr. Patil? For the first presentation, there are two authors, Mr. Patil and Mr. Ubale. Who's going to present?
Yes, sir. I have present.
Okay, okay. So you have not any connection problem. Thank you. Okay, so we will start with you. You have 8 minutes, and then we will proceed to other presenters one by one. Mr. Faizan is here, I think. Okay, Mrs. Tiengo. Let me check. We have a lot of participants. Okay, Mrs. Rafaela Tiengo also is here. Mr. Ubale, can you unshare your screen, because Dr. Jill will start the session. After he presents your title, you can share your screen. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
I'm just checking the participants, whether they are here or not. Dr. Güngör, the fourth presentation, I think he's absent now. The fifth presentation consists of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 authors, so I don't know which one will present. He needs to introduce himself. The fifth presentation, entitled as Assessing the Interrelationship Between LST, NDVI, and Land Cover Change in Lagos, Nigeria. The presenter should introduce himself, herself to us. Ligono will be the sixth presenter. I think, yeah, he, she, I don't know, the gender is here. The last presenter about aerosol optical thickness probably is going to be presented by, I'm just checking. Okay, if the last presenter is here.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm presenting the remote sensing of aerosol optical thickness.
Okay, okay. When your presentation starts, please introduce yourself again. So I think the majority of the presenters here. So, Dr. Jill, thank you for your participation. Thank you for your availability here. We are so glad to have you. Good morning. You know, the session will be about photogrammetry and remote sensing, and the presenters will have approximately 8 to 10 minutes. You can interrupt whenever you want, remembering their time limit. And then after the session, you can send us a small brief recommendation about which papers should go for journal peer review process.
Okay.
And if we have any written or oral questions by chat or by raising hands, you can direct them to the presenters. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
The stage is yours, and I will accompany you during the session. Thank you.
Okay. So good morning all to the session on remote sensing and photogrammetry. I want to thank you to the organization this kind of invitation. It's really wonderful to have this kind of international event directed to everybody in the world with no limits of technology, backgrounds, or nationality. So welcome, thank you, and welcome. And we will start with the first presentation by Mr. Rajaram Patil, and the title of his presentation is Analysis of Forest Degradation by Using GIS and Remote Sensing, a case study of Chandoli National Park, Kolhapur in Maharashtra state. I'm sorry for the misspelling. Thank you, and have a good presentation.
Okay.
Mr. Obale, can you share your screen now, please? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Can you see this presentation, sir?
Yes, it's loading. Yes.
It seems,
wait.
but it's just a white screen,
Yes,
just white
yes.
colored
White
screen.
screen.
Yeah. If you use double screen, you need to choose the correct screen where your PowerPoint locates.
Okay, it's loading now. Yes.
Okay, sir.
Please.
Screen
start.
are there.
Yes, yes, it's okay. You can start.
Okay, good morning, all of you. Respected chair and this technical session, Dr. Arthur Gill, myself, Govardhan Obale, Vivekanand College, Kolhapur, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra, India, with my co-author, Dr. Rajaram Patil, Head, Department of Geography, Honda College, Maharashtra, India. I got a wonderful opportunity to present research paper. I thank to Professor Dr. Murat Yakar, Mersin University, Turkey. Now I'm going to present my research paper. The title is Analysis of Forest Degradation by Using GIS and Remote Sensing, a case study of Chandoli National Park, Kolhapur in Maharashtra state, India. Now, forest as the treasure of earth for the living beings, it plays a vital role in ecological balance, creates a fresh natural environment. In the context of world, there are only a 31% forest covered in the world, and in India only 24%. Present decade, the problem of deforestation in the world and is raised due to the economical growth and human activities. GIS and
Can you
remote
please,
sensing
sorry,
have provided.
can you please set up your PowerPoint? It's not going on. It's just in the first slide. Just double click there.
So there is a problem for sharing PPT.
Yes, the slide doesn't move.
Yeah.
You need
Yes,
to make it full screen and you need to control whether it's moving or not.
Yeah.
Can you do it full screen by pressing F5 button?
So, sir, there is a problem for sharing. No, not movable.
And if you click on the other sites, is it possible to visualize them one by one? If you click on slide 2, for instance.
Okay, sir.
Maybe it's possible that way. Okay, so you have to do slide by slide, okay? Instead, you have to show slide by slide that way, okay?
Okay.
Okay, go for it.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. The forest as the treasure of the earth for the living beings. It plays a vital role in the ecological balance, creates a fresh natural environment. In the concept of the world, forest cover in the world only 31%, and in India only 24%. Recent decade, the problem of deforestation in the worldwide had raised due to the economical growth and human activities. A GIS and remote sensing have provided a practical ways to conserve the natural resources like forest. There should be some remedies for the controlling the degradation of the forest area. Next one. This is the my database and research methodology. We have used for this analysis primary and secondary data, satellite imagery of year 1999 and 2015 have classified for the land use and land cover. Then it is rectified, and before this rectification, degradation features analyzed and created a buffer zone for the disturbance area. This slide shows the research objectives to assess the land use and land cover pattern of the study region, and second one to assess the changes in forest cover. This is the study area. Geographical location of the Chandoli National Park lies in Shahwadi Tahsil, Kolhapur, Maharashtra. Lies between 16 degree 54 minutes north latitude and 73 degree 56 minute east longitude. The total area of this Chandoli National Park is 11,299 square kilometer. It consists of various species and a specific flora and faunas. It is a southern part of the Sahyadri Hills and Sahyadri Mountain Range, Sahyadri Tiger Reserve. This slide shows the Chandoli National Park land use land cover pattern in 1999 and 2015. There is a 5 land use land cover categories: forest cover, agricultural land, barren land, water body, and built-up land. Uh, uh, there are uh, there are most of the land cover is occupied by a forest cover, that is 75% in year 1999 and 70% in 2015. There is observed that the forest cover is degraded by 6% due to the deforestation. Agricultural land is increased. Barren land also increased by 63%, and built-up land also increased by 29%. The comparative study of the 1999 and 2015 land use land cover pattern also presented with graphical scale. This slide shows the map of the Chandoli National Park land use land cover. These two maps observe that the barren land also increased in 2015 in all over the national parks due to the heavy deforestation, and cropped area also increased due to the population growth. After that, we have surveyed the degradation factors by questionnaires, and there are two factors of degradation, that is the road network, and second one is settlement. We have created a buffer zone 100%, sorry, 100 meter to 500 meter for the disturbance area calculation. And this buffer zone also highlight the risk area for the forest cover. Then last one is a conclusion. The study revealed that the forest area also degraded by the 6%, but is the harmful for the future. Then barren land also increased in 63%. That means the most of the area presented with a deforestation or cutting trees. Then agriculture area and settlement area also increased due to the most population growth. Then there are some remedies. Remedies are now following steps should be for a conservation of forest. There should be a specific regulation and planning for the prohibition toward deforestation. There is need to replantation in the barren land. There is need to a check a forest clearance for the agriculture purpose by government. There should be a conservation and protection program for the increasing natural vegetation to keep environmental balance. Okay, thank you, sir, for the attention.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's a really nice case study. Just tell me, where obtained the land use land cover maps that you used in the study? Are there official maps or satellite based?
Satellite imagery is also used for this study, which have download from a Bhuvan website.
Okay.
And classified it through the ERDAS Imagine 3.
Okay. I encourage you now to do this kind of monitoring using land use land cover high resolution products like the ESRI or the European Space Agency that was provided this year, and you can now compare your results. And I think it will be a very nice output. Thank you very much for your presentation. I will go now to the second presentation. Mr. Faizan, mapping of flood areas using Sentinel-1 SAR images with Google's Engine Cloud platform, case study of Shamoli district in India. Go for it. Thank you. You can share your screen.
Okay, sir. Yes.
Any problem?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, it's loading. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Sir, my screen is visible, sir?
Okay, it's fine. Please start.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Before I start, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to present my research work in this conference. Let introduce myself. I am Mohammad Faidan, final year student of BE Geoinformatics Engineer at Institute of Remote Sensing, Anna University, Chennai, India. The topic of my presentation is mapping of flood areas using Sentinel-1, which is SAR data, with the help of Google Earth Engine, a case study of Chimoli disaster, Uttarakhand, India. This is the outline of my presentation. Let's start with introduction. Then I will go to the study area. Then I will explain about the data set used in this study. Then I will give brief introduction about the methodology and the data processing. And then I will explain about the result and discussion. Finally, we will talk about validation and conclusion. Let's start with introduction. Flood is one of the most common disaster affecting at most every part on the earth. With the help of GIS and remote sensing, we can create a flood undulation map, offer useful for flood risk preparation, communication, response, mitigation during a disaster. We all know it remote sensing, we have both active sensor and passive sensor. However, active remote sensing data such as SAR imagery play an important role in the flood mapping because of its ability, all day and night capability. Microwave penetrate through the cloud even in heavy rain snowfalls. In this study, flood affected area were mapped using Sentinel-1 SAR data processing chain in Google Earth Engine. We have one question: why we want to use the Google Earth Engine? Here some of the advantages: effective in the data handling, short processing, and great research tool, and simple to use. And then come to study area part. The study area selected for this study work is Chimoli district, which is the second largest district of the Uttarakhand, India. And this is the study area map. In February 7, 2001, Uttarakhand flood started. At least 100 people are missing or dead due to the glacier-less outburst. But here we can see the landslide area in this picture. And then next part is data used in this study. For the flood mapping and analysis, Sentinel-1 data and 2 data were used. The image was captured during the disaster and the pre-disaster. Here the specification of the data set. And then come to the methodology part of the Sentinel-1 SAR data. The whole work is performed with the help of the Google Earth Engine. In upcoming slide, I will explain about the step-by-step process of the Sentinel-1 data. The flood mapping processing chain is divided into 4 categories. Number 1 is Sentinel-1 data collection, and then metadata filtering, then come to permanent water bodies, and finally flood mapping using the Google Earth Engine. Let's see by step by one. Sentinel-1 SAR data collection. Already I have discussed this part in the dataset part. So let's move on to the metadata filtering. Metadata filtering information such as data acquisition mode, acquisition time, and the satellite path, polarization, and orbit. User may build the filter to limit the data volume based on the work purposes. Then come to the water body mass extraction. GSWM, which is Global Surface Water Mapping, with the help with the resolution of 30 meter used in this analysis. Area with the slope greater than 5% remove using the hydroset data, which is the DEM. Here's some of the images. The first images captured during the pre-images with the help of Sentinel-1 data, and image 2 that is indicate that during the flood, and C and D is the pre-processing, that is filtered image. Then come to the validation approach. Both direct field data and indirect secondary data validation approach used in this study. Secondary data, which include the optical remote sensing data. We all know that Sentinel-2 is the very good data collection. Here the methodology part. Here the methodology part of the Sentinel-2 data. This is the step-by-step methodology used on Sentinel-2 data shown in this flowchart. This is the pre-flood image and during the image by Sentinel-2 data respectively. And then come to the result and discussion. This is the flood affected areas map using with the help of the Google Earth engine. As we see, the blue color indicate the permanent water bodies and the red color indicate the flood affected area. Therefore, undulation map acquisition from the SAR imaginary proved the extremely useful for the mapping, monitoring the flood event. This is the flood mapping by using the ArcGIS for the Sentinel-2 images. The image was first collected with the help of geometric collection, then classified into ISO data with the help of unsupervised classification technique. And first, the image is divided into 5 classes. The water feature then highlighted from the classified image using the technique. The undulation area are later extracted from the image by overlaying the digitization method. And this is the picture. We can clearly see the flood affected area in the red color across the Chemoli district when permanent water bodies are in blue color. And then this is the sum of the aerial photograph or field photograph showing how the disaster is bigly affected in this area. Then finally, conclusion. In this presentation, the overall view of the SAR data flood mapping using the Google Earth engine is given with the help of the SAR data. The main aim of this presentation to use the Sentinel-1 data to flood mapping in the Chemoli disaster. Google Earth engine platform has been very much useful in planning an emergency response to the flood. Then this study is very much useful for reduction in planning flood disaster management. The research was carried out in the Google Earth engine with the help of the IDE platform. This is the code of the JavaScript. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks a lot for your great presentation. It's a very interesting study. Did you compare your Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 based study, results, or just do a collaborate work among them?
No, sir. Actually, I have did this research paper in my college, sir. Now I'm in final year student, sir.
Okay, okay, but you should compare the results with Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2, and it will do an even more interesting result and study. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Now, if you want to say something about this, no problem.
Yes, sir. Actually, I have compared both results, Sentinel-1 and 2 images, sir, where we all know the Sentinel-1 image is mostly useful, sir, compared to Sentinel-2 image.
Okay, thank you.
This is my final result, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you again. Okay, now for the third presentation by Rafaela Tiango, using Sentinel GRD SAR data for volcanic eruption monitoring, the case study of Fogo Volcano, Cape Verde, in 2014-2015. Please, Rafael, you can start.
Okay, thank you. I will share my screen. Esse que não está aparecendo aqui o... Tá vendo? Não está aparecendo, Jéssica. Ixi.
Are you able to share the... Okay, it's loading. Go for it.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. And my name is Rafaela. I am a Brazilian geographer, but nowadays I'm living in Portugal, where I recently finished my master's degree in geology using the remote sensing techniques in order to monitor volcanic eruptions and volcanic areas. And today I will present you my recent research titled Using Sentinel-1 GRD SAR Data for Volcanic Eruptions, monitoring the case studies on Fogo volcano in Cabo Verde in 2014-2015 eruption. This presentation contains the introduction, after that the data and methods that I used, and the results and discussion and conclusions of this research. Just to introduction, the archipelago of Cabo Verde is located 1,300 kilometers away from Canary Islands and consists in 10 islands and 13 islets. The last eruption in Fogo Island was in 1995, but this case of study is the last eruption in 2014-2015. The eruption started in November 23 and finished in February 8, 2015. The data and methods, we used the radar satellites, and because the eruptive events may make it impossible to access affected areas and get in situ data, so the geospatial technologies are critical for better understanding the whole process, the genesis of these events remotely. So the radar can image at day and night in almost all weather conditions. So we chose the Sentinel-1A satellite for this work. The Sentinel-1A was launched in April 2014. So the Fogo eruption was the first eruptive event that Sentinel-1A was able to monitor. And the revisiting cycle consists in 6 days since the Sentinel-1B was launched. The ground range detector, the GRD data, consists in amplitude values relative to the backscattering, considering parameters such as the surface roughness. So we used the workflow from Filipponi that we can see in figure 2 in order to process these images in Snap software. The Sentinel-1 GRD data was used to monitor the progression of the lava flows related to the 2014 eruption in order to detect the surface changes that occurred in the area. So the GRD data was analyzed to identify the different paths that lava flow run through day by day. We used the raster calculation tool of ArcMap software, and the technique is called image differentiation change detection, where each image after they start the event, the eruption, is subtracted from a pre-event image. So we classified the value of pixels and very high with change and very low with no change in order to obtain the map of to detect the change that occurred at the area. The overall accuracy was consisting in validation that data sets with 50 change and no change points in each image that we used. The image that we used, you can see in the table 1. So with the GRD data and this methodology was possible to see the change that occurred, and these changes are in line with the detailed description made by Jeremias Cabral for this eruptive event, as we can see in the figure 3. Some of areas previously observed as affected by the 2014-2015 lava flow were not identified in the change detection procedures with the GRD data, as we can see in the figure 4. So it might be explained by the fact that there there were no substantial roughness changes in the overlap of the lava flow from 2014 eruption and the lava flow from 1995 eruption, because the both eruptions events occurred in the same area at Chão das Caldeiras as exposed by Bignami. Results and discussion. The values of the total area affected by the lava flow were estimated in 3.89 square kilometers, and the result is in relative agreement with other authors' finds when applying different techniques and SAR datasets. For example, Sentinel-1 SLC data and very high resolution commercial data, as we can see in the table 2. The Google Earth engine was used for this work, for this research. The Google Earth engine is a platform and consists of an extensive catalog with free access to cloud computing, a high volume of data processing, and with low computation constraints. So it was possible to create an app, as you can see here. This application consists in different images, GRD data. The application is available at the link below. So here we can clearly see the change that occurred at the area using an image pre and post eruptive event. So this application was available and you can access. To conclude, with the DRD data was possible to map the progression of the lava flow during the 2014-2015 eruption. Was possible to estimate the area affected by the lava flow in 3.89 square kilometers. And the DRD data demonstrate a great agility in computation and analysis, time for decision support. And this methodology is pertinent and cost-effective for supporting near real-time monitoring and crisis management in active volcanic areas. There is the reference that I used on this presentation, and here some forms to get in contact with me. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, Rafaela, thanks a lot for a great presentation and this interesting study. Just a question: how time did you take to process a pair of GRD images with Google Earth Engine, just to with Snap? Sorry, just to be sure. What time you say that time constraints are avoided? What time do you take to do it?
The time to process each pair of images?
Yes, each pair. Yes.
Well, each pair. It's like 30.
Like
and
what?
On GRD, on Google Earth Engine platform, this is not a constraint because the computation is based on cloud.
Okay.
So the platform have the extensive catalog of images, and there is no necessary to download the data. So this is very important in the process to near time events to response events.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I will go now for the next presentation. Determination of vineyards which support vector machine and deep learning based image classification by Özlem Acar and colleagues, please.
Professor Oğuz Güngör will present the paper.
Okay. Welcome.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Actually, ECREM was the person who is gonna make this presentation today, but today they are expecting a baby girl. So he just sent me the presentation. I will do my best to present this study, but somebody, I think I need some help to upload or to share my screen. I already have a PPT file, but I don't know how to share it with you.
Prof, you can share the presentation with a button underneath the screen. There is a, there is an upward arrow.
Okay, I think, yeah, yes.
And then there is a pop-up after clicking that button, and the Meet will ask you which screen will you share, and then we will be able to see it.
I think I got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So now I'm sharing my screen, so everybody can see my screen, right?
Yeah, it's loading, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
you. Yeah, if everything is okay, I'm just starting my presentation. So actually, this study is a part of project supported by Erzincan Binali University. And it's about determination of a special kind of grape vineyard, and we try to detect the areas using a CNN-based deep learning approach, and we wanted to compare our results with another famous machine learning algorithm, support vector machine. So these are just preliminary results. Yeah, we got some results, and we wanted to share our results with you today. This is the outline of my presentation. First, I'm gonna try to explain the aim of this study, and then with a couple of sentences, I'm just going to talk about the CNN model we used to get the classification results. Then I'm going to describe the study area and the data we used. And then I will try to explain how we classified the images. And finally, I'm going to give some information about the post-classification accuracy assessment results and discussion. This is the outline of my presentation. So actually, as I said, the study is about to determine the area and the spatial distribution of vineyards using a CNN-based deep learning model. Then, in the second part, we wanted to compare our results with support vector machine classifier. Yeah, actually, as we all know, the CNN, I mean, the convolutional neural networks, has been used maybe more than 2 decades or 3 decades. But when we talk about deep learning, it's often characterized by neural networks containing more than 2 hidden layers. I mean, if we use more than 2 hidden layers, we call it as a deep learning. And this deep learning approach is recognized as one of the 10 breakthrough technologies as of 2013. We also wanted to use a deep learning based approach to classify a world with 2 satellite image to detect the areas in which a special kind of grape is cultivated using this deep learning approach. Actually, as we all know, when you use CNN, we also apply some convolution, and there are 3 types of convolutions: 1D, 2D, and 3D. Since our purpose was to make a classification. The spectral information was very important for us, as well as spatial information also. For this reason, we preferred 3D convolution approach to better extract both spatial and spectral information from the multispectral image we used. Let me give you some information about the CNN model we used in the study. First of all, we used 4 3D convolution layers, and the kernel size for each layer was 3 by 3, and the number of kernels used for the first layer was 128, and for the second layer we used 64 kernels, and 32 for the third layer, and for the last and the fourth layer it was 16. So after the convolution layers are created, we also use 2 fully connected layers. The first one was a dense layer that makes a rough classification, and the second one was the last layer in the model we used, in conjunction with a softmax classifier that extracts the class scores. The softmax classifier generates actually values between 0 and 1. The model we proposed uses a parametric ReLU function, rectified linear unit function, as the activation function, and we also used ADAM as the optimization method. I heard the sound. Is there any question, or is something wrong? I don't know.
Yeah, I just asked the presenter of the next presentation. Don't worry.
Sorry.
You can continue. Sorry for about that.
Okay. It's okay. Thank you. Yeah, let me make it a full screen again. And the total number of parameters used was 3,118,405. Yeah, this is the total number of parameters used in this study. And this is the proposed CNN model we used to use the time effectively. I may go a little bit faster. I mean, if I'm faster, please warn me, and I will slow down.
Professor, you can use some additional minutes, as the previous presenters were short, so no problem. You can take more 2 or 3 minutes, no problem.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate. Okay, and this is the study area where images we used belong to. The total area for the study area is 25 hectares, and it's in Üzümlü district, where the Jimin, in Turkish we say Jimin, or Üzümlü grape. It's also very famous, and it's also called as Erzincan grape. We chose this area where this type of grape was cultivated, and the data set we used is a WorldView 2 satellite image. Actually, as you all know, again, it has 8 multispectral bands: coastal blue, green, yellow, red, red edge, and near infrared 1 and 2. It has a spatial resolution of 2 meters for the multispectral bands, and it also has a panchromatic band with a spatial resolution of half a meter. Radiometric, atmospheric, and geometric corrections of the image we used in the study were already applied by the image vendor, image provider. So for the CNN part, we used Python programming language on a Jupyter Notebook, and TensorFlow and Keras library. In the background, these are used to create the CNN model and to classify the image. Jupyter Notebooks, I mean, it's an open source and browser-based tool. Actually, it combines interpreted languages, libraries, and visualization tools. A Jupyter Notebook can also run locally, or you may want to use it in the cloud. And typical outputs will be text, tables, charts, and graphics. The computer we used has 24 gigabyte of RAM memory, NVIDIA GTX 1650 GPU, and it was an i7 9750H processor. This is the we use all this equipment. We also used a Dell Precision 7820 Tower workstation. It has Intel Xeon Silver 4114 CPU, and it also has 32 gigabyte RAM. So for the image classification part, actually, I already explained it. In the study, our purpose was to detect spatial distribution of the areas where Jimin grape is cultivated. For this purpose, we worked with 2 satellite image, but to increase the spatial resolution of the multispectral image, we also, using the panchromatic band, we also applied a pan-sharpening process. And we preferred HCS pan-sharpening, hyperspherical color space method for pan-sharpening. Our purpose was to classify the image not using the 2 meter spatial resolution, but using a 50 centimeter spatial resolution. The reason why we preferred HCS pan-sharpening method is that since we are going to use this pan-sharpened product for the classification purpose, we wanted to preserve the color component, color part of our multispectral image. And since HCS method preserves the spectral information in the fused product, we preferred this method. Then we also applied the training phase, and we used any software for this purpose. We determined 5 classes in the study, namely vineyard, forest, soil, road, and shadow. And a total of 70,505 pixels were collected for the training phase. And training and test data also were created from these collected pixels. And using the data, then image was classified using both SVM and CNN algorithms.
You have 1 more minute, please.
Yeah. Do you want me to stop my screen share?
No. You just have 1 more minute.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
No. 1 more minute to finish, please.
Okay. Yeah.
No problem.
I'm almost done. Okay. These are the results. The image on top left, it's the original multispectral image, the image A. The image B is the result for the CNN-based approach, And the image, the bottom one, the image C, is the result of SVM, support vector machine. For the accuracy assessment, for the post-classification accuracy assessment, actually we used 150 random points scattered on the image proportional to the area occupied by each class. And the results for the CNN, the overall accuracy is 86%. And for the SVM, it was 63.3%. So this result shows us that we got 20% almost better classification performance when we used CNN-based, deep learning-based classification approach. We also wanted to actually examine the classification results in terms of producers and users accuracies. So when you look at the figure on to the right hand side, yeah, you are going to notice that in terms of producers accuracy, forest, road, shadow classes were classified 80%, 67%, and 54% better respectively when we use CNN method. And in terms of users accuracy, in general, generally speaking, the CNN method gave 22% more successful results than SVM for vineyard class, and 24% better result for forest class, and 27% better result for soil classes. The final slide is about McNamara test. In addition to the Kappa-Cohen statistics, we also wanted to use McNamara test to see the differences between, to see if our results are significant or not. So as a result of McNamara test, we got, for CNN and SVM, we got 10 point something. And since the calculated value is greater than 3.84, this means that the CNN classifier significantly increases accuracy for the image classification process we performed. So this is the conclusion. According to the results we got, we can say that CNN method classified our study area, the image, with an overall accuracy of 86%. But on the other hand, the success of a support vector machine classifier was 63%. So it means that CNN method performed 28% better than SVM. Kappa analysis and McNamara test results also supported our results. So as a last sentence, we can say that CNN method performed better than SVM for the classification of vineyards areas. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's move to the next presentation, which is entitled Assessing the Interrelationship between LST and DVI and land cover change in Amu Odifin, Lagos, Nigeria, that will be presented by, please introduce yourself.
I'm ending my screen share, right? Okay, thank you.
The next presenter didn't introduce himself or herself.
My name is, hello.
Okay.
Everyone.
Okay.
Okay.
My name
can you please share your screen, Abidun?
Yes. Yes.
And yeah, and you need to talk closer to the micro, please.
Okay.
Okay, please. You have 8 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alabi Abiodun, the postgraduate student of the University of Lagos.
Sorry, Abiodun. Sorry, Abiodun.
Yes.
Can you please talk closer to the micro, if possible, because we are not hearing very well.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Okay, it's quite better.
It's better
okay.
now?
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Alabi Abiodun, a postgraduate student of the University of Lagos, Nigeria. I'm presenting a topic that says assessing the interrelationship between land surface temperature, which is LST, normalized difference vegetation index, NDVI, normalized difference views of index, and land cover change in Lagos, Nigeria. The content I have here is introduction, study area, aim and objective, significance of study, methodology, results, analysis, and conclusion. Now, understanding dynamics of land cover changes require exploring key environmental parameters.
Sorry, Abiodun. Sorry for
Yes.
interrupting. We are not seeing your slides. We are just watching the first slide. You need to set up the PowerPoint presentation. Please double click.
Can you see the next slide?
Click. No.
Okay.
Just click if it's not. Okay. Just go to slide 2 now. Click on slide 2, please.
Okay.
Because
Can you see the slide, sir?
Yeah, the first one, yes, but not the second one.
And the second one now, I'm seeing the second one on my own end here.
The sound is very bad, yes.
Okay. How about this now, sir?
Mr. Alabi, can you just click on the second or third slide in order to understand whether your presentation moves forward?
Okay, I'm doing that now, sir. I'm moving to on the next slide.
You can get out of full screen.
Okay.
Just remain in the PowerPoint. Now it's okay. So I think your laptop doesn't support the full screen on Google Meet. So please click each slides one by one, please. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
That's okay now. And please talk closer to the micro as much as possible.
Am I clear now? Am I clear now?
Yeah. Please.
Okay. Now, understanding dynamics of land cover changes require exploring key environmental parameters. And these parameters include the LST, land surface temperature, NDVI, normalized difference vegetation index, and NDVI, normalized difference views of index. Previous literature and motivation. Changes in vegetation is equivalent to variation in land surface temperature as stated by Wilson et al. And Fatisa et al. NDVI can be used in detecting long-time differences in vegetation coverage by Juan, Isabella 2015, Fatisa et al. 2017. NDVI detects land use changes in urban areas. Juan et al. 2018, Juan et al. 2012. Now, the study area is the local government in Lagos, Nigeria, which is Amu Odofin. It covers an area of about 173 kilometers square and is located within the metropolitan area of Lagos. The aim of this research is to assess the interrelationship between LST, NDVI, and land cover change using multispectral Landsat series imagery for 2002 and 2019. The objectives are to classify time series satellite data, calculation of the spectral indices, which are the NDVI, determination of the land surface temperature using the thermal bands of the multispectral imageries, using the results of the NDVI and NDVI to assess the relationship between LST and land cover classes. The methodology. One, satellite image downloads, which are the Landsat 7 and Landsat 8 using the Earth Explorer. Then we have the band combination of the Landsat 7 and Landsat 8 to form the first color composite. Landsat 7 release band 432, Landsat 8 band 543. Then pan sharpening using band shrinks algorithm with the pragmatic band to sharpen the resolution of the imagery, and we have from 30 meters to 15 meters. Image classification using parallel pi supervised algorithm. The classification was 1 to 5, where the vegetation, bare land, built up, wet land, and water body. Now, results and analysis. This is a land cover. Here we have the land cover for the Landsat imagery for 2002 and 2019, and the NDVI here. Then the same thing on my right hand side here, the LST for the same year. Now, results and analysis. Now, descriptive statistics of LST, NDVI, and NDVI for land cover class 2002. Now, we can see here that built-up area grown by over 770% since 1984 contribute to an increase of approximately 2 degrees Celsius in the mean LST over Lagos. The Table 5 shows the correlation between the LST, NDVI, and NDVI. Now, we can see from this table that NDVI results exhibited similar trends as LST, and this is backed by the strong positive correlation between the indices for all the years. As we can see here, 0.86, for the 2002, then 0.86 for 2019. So there's a strong correlation. Conclusion and recommendation. It can be concluded that increase in the built-up area is a major driver of LST, NDVI, and NDVI. The built-up area had the most significant change, and as such, the LST increased consistently throughout the study period. Also, it was observed that there exists an inversely proportional relationship between the NDVI and LST, and NDVI is directly proportional to the LST. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your excellent presentation. It's a really nice case study. Just tell me, how did you calculate the LST with Landsat data? Any software approach?
Yeah, it is the thermal band of the Landsat imagery. We use the thermal band.
Okay, so it's a Landsat-based product. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thanks again for a great presentation. Let's move now for the next presentation by Lisa Ligono and Chukwuma Okoli. It's entitled Detecting Changes in Mangrove Forests Along the Bintang-Bolong Estuary, Gambia, using Google Earth Engine, Sentinel-2, and Random Forest Classification. You can start. Lisa, you can start whenever you want. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Am I audible enough?
Yeah, the sound is good. You have to share your screen now.
Okay, all right.
Are you sharing your screen?
Yes,
okay.
I am.
It's loading.
Is it?
Yeah, it's loading. Yes. Yeah. Now you have to open your PowerPoint.
Are you
okay.
see the slides?
I don't see your PowerPoint there.
Now?
Not yet. can take some seconds.
Now?
No, not yet. Please unshare and share it again. I think it's better with the PowerPoint open. It will be easier, I guess.
All right.
It's part of the job. Dear Abiodun, please unmute yourself.
Are you able to see the slides?
We are not seeing the PowerPoint. Can you share the PowerPoint?
Now?
It's loading. Yes, finally. Yes, you can start. 8 minutes. Thank you.
Is it moving to the next slide? Just confirm for me.
Yeah, yes, it is. It is okay. You can start.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So, thank you. So, my name is Lisa. So, I'll be taking you through our research on detecting changes in mangrove forests in an estuary in the Gambia. So, my colleague and I will be taking you through this presentation. So, the outline for the presentation will be the introduction, the study area, the methods, results, and analysis, discussion, and conclusion in that order. So basically, as an introduction, mangroves are known to be very diverse and offer a lot of benefits to various populations. So you find that in Africa, it covers roughly 20% of the continent, both in the east and west coast. And the diverse benefits is what makes it ideal and also of concern specifically to the United Nations under Goal 15, which is life on Earth. And we find that in Africa, the mangrove forests in the east coast are studied compared to the ones on the west. So thus our interest within West Africa, and particularly because you find that some of the tallest mangroves are found in that particular area, and the Bitam estuary, which is our study area, has recorded some of the highest levels of diebacks. So you find that this project was actually very was important to try to see how these diebacks have affected the level of mangroves in the area. And then due to this, the government had introduced some initiatives within the areas in order to bring back the lost mangroves. So another challenge that we saw is that even though there are interventions that have been created in these areas, it's not yet quantified of the change that has been brought about by these interventions. So this is one of the objectives of this study. And here we are using multispectral and multitemporal Sentinel-2 imagery, whereby we want to assess the changes of mangrove forests and then also see the relationship it has in terms of transition with the different land. So just a visual aspect, that is the study area. So it's found in West Africa, and we are dealing with this particular section over here, whereby it's the Bitang Bolong. So Bitang Bolong, a bit of history of it, it's the largest tributary for River Gambia, and it's located within the lower river region. So in terms of the methodology that we used, the study was mostly done in Google Earth Engine, and some of the results were transferred into ArcGIS for further analysis. So within the Google Earth Engine, we were able to do image acquisition, So as mentioned earlier, we used Sentinel-2 imagery. We did some pre-processing whereby we eliminated images that had clouds, and since this is an area that is closer to a water body, the years were not really clear. So we ended up using the year 2017 and 2020, whereby we majorly looked at the dry seasons. So after acquiring the imagery and doing the cloud masking, we set out to do our classification. And here we used the machine learning algorithm known as random forest. So the reason for choosing this is that it has been researched and reviewed that it actually works better when you're dealing with classification of mangroves in particular. And the analysis was done in ArcGIS, whereby we analyzed the transition between the mangrove changes and the different land covers that exist. So just a visual aspect, this is the Google Earth Engine user interface. So the screen right now, a classified image of a section of the Bitang estuary. So there you can see the 4 land covers that have been classified, and the training data samples that were used to do the. So the results, what is we got two change marks. For instance, in 2017, you can see the area, and the mangroves are the ones with the dark green. So those are the areas where the mangroves are located. So in terms of the sex, we find change varied between among the land covers. So you find that some increased while others decreased. And the image that you see right now is a map for the year 2017 and 2020 with mangroves specifically. And you can see there are some regions where there has been some increase in mangroves. So the ones in yellow are 2017, ones in green are 2020. So you find that there are some regions where mangroves were not located initially, and you can see them appear in the year 2020. So in terms of the analysis, bare land, water body, and mangroves had an increase in area, whereas the vegetation had some decrease, which can actually be attributed to the increase in the bare lands. And then we also see that the water body and the bare lands were converted into some sections of the mangrove, and this can be supported by the field surveys that were done in one of the villages called Sankandi. So from the image that you see on your bottom left, this actually area. So the community had done some sort of rehabilitation. Then top, you see that these mangroves have actually grown and actually covered some of the bare lands that are increased, that were actually there before. So from that, we drew a conclusion that despite mangroves declining globally, you find that in Bitang Bolong, it has appeared to increase rapidly between the year 2017 and 2020, and specifically in the Kiang West district where the Bitang Bolong estuary is found. And you find that this can majorly be attributed to the interventions carried out by the government through the community, the members of the community. So you find that in this study, we were trying to see whether these interventions were actually the reason why there was this unprecedented change on mangroves. And And we found that more studies needs to be done in order to detect the changes in terms of matrix and trajectory of the mangroves. So thank you very much. Any questions are welcome.
Thank you, Lisa, for this great presentation. It's a really interesting work. It's interesting also to state that working with Google Earth Engine is becoming the rule, not the exception. It's very interesting to see that. And I would like to know, in your opinion, what was the impact of Google Earth Engine in your work and your research?
All right, well, in my opinion, I find it that Google Earth Engine really helps in the automation of the processes whereby we were able to do a lot of classifications very fast with different years. So we were able to do some comparative analysis. So Google Earth Engine is good in that aspect whereby you can run multiple analyses at the same time.
Okay, thank you a lot. Let's move now to the last presentation, entitled Remote Sensing Approach for AOT Monitoring in relation to the road network in Lagos Metropolis, Nigeria. I don't know who will be the presenter. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Please.
Yeah, so I'll be presenting the topic.
Okay, you have to share your screen. You already know.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's loading. Just, let's see. Yes.
Okay.
It's loading. Okay. Just double click the first slide.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Okay.
My name is Akinusi Samuel. I recently graduated from University of Lagos, Nigeria, from Department of Surveying and Geoinformatics 2 months ago. This work is from my final year project titled Remote Sensing Approach for Aerosol Optical Thickness. Remote Sensing Approach for Aerosol Optical Thickness Monitoring in relation to the road network in Lagos Metropolis.
Samuel, just a word. Please double click the first slide of your PowerPoint presentation, because we are just seeing the different slides. You have to set up the presentation. It's not running.
Can you see my screen? Is it okay now?
No. Is it the first slide that you're showing?
Yes. Is the first slide showing up? The second slide, is it showing now?
No, not yet. So you have to present slide by slide, okay? With the PowerPoint open, we have to click on each slide, okay?
Okay.
At the left. Please start by the first one. Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, now
is it better now? Okay.
Yeah.
So the agenda for the presentation is I will talk through the introduction, then we'll look at the study area, we'll mention the aims and objectives and the methodology used to achieve that. Then we'll look at the results and the analysis. Then I'll make my conclusion. So air pollution is a global problem because it's one of the major contributors to the mortality rate worldwide, and Africa as a continent is one of the victim of this air pollution event. So my study is focused on Lagos Metropolis, and recent literature I found out that Lagos Metropolis is the fast-growing urban center in Nigeria, which is experiencing air pollution problem in all its severity over the past decades. And if in
Samuel, sorry again, but you have to click in each slide at the same time that you're talking, okay? because
Okay.
it's not running. So you are in slide 3 now, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, afterward you have to move to 4 and 5 and
Okay,
so
yes,
on.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
sorry for interrupting.
Thank you. So, in Komala-Fell research, we found out that the socio-economic condition, which is traffic congestion, proximity to emission source, and access to healthcare, creates a differential susceptibility to ill health which are attributable to the air pollution in Lagos. And in recent research by the World Bank, they found out that a major contributor to air pollution in Lagos is road from road transportation. So we look at how we use satellite-based method to monitor this air pollution using the aerosol optical thickness by detecting the aerosol optical thickness in the atmosphere. And the aerosol optical thickness is the is a fundamental parameter to determine the optical parameters or properties of aerosols, which are molecules present in the atmosphere. So there are two
Samuel,
methods.
sorry again. You're not clicking on the slides at the left. You have to click on number 2 and number 3, so on. Do you understand what I'm saying? Please unshare and share again. Yes, it's better. Don't
How
worry
about now?
because, let's wait.
Is it better now?
You have to show the PowerPoint. We are not watching the PowerPoint. Yeah.
Is it okay? Okay.
Okay, now yes, please.
Yeah. So the two common methods that can be used to monitor this aerosol optical thickness, which give you the quantity of aerosol present in the atmosphere, are either you use the ground-based technique or the satellite-based remote sensing techniques. So we use the satellite-based method because of the low cost and the limited number of ground-based monitoring stations present in the study area. So the space technology like satellite sensor have the capability of giving you information of this aerosol optical thickness, both the spatial and temporal distribution of it globally. So the study area, which is one of the major contribution to the reason why we choose this method was because the study area, there is no existing literature of air pollution studies in the study area. Then we collected ground data to validate our results at 4 different locations in the study area. This is map showing the selected locations. Then the aims of and objective of this study is that we first acquired both ground-based and satellite-based data using which is Landsat imagery. Then we extract the aerosol optical thickness from this remotely sensed imagery using atmospheric correction and using radioactive transfer model to simulate our aerosol optical thickness. Then we validate the results with the ground-based measurements. Then we use this for analysis to look at the relationship of this aerosol optical thickness and the road network. So these are some of the satellite data used for these studies, which is Landsat 7 and Landsat 8. Then this is the table showing some of the ground data acquired with the air quality egg, which is a ground-based device that is used to measure atmospheric pollution. So the first thing in the methodology is to get the surface reflectance, which is we use the which is a very, very important parameter when you're retrieving aerosol from satellite-based method. So this land surface reflectance was determined by the improved dense vegetation technique, which is based on 2 spectral band, which is the blue and the red, which is the visible bands and the near infrared bands. So we basically use the blue and the red bands and the shortwave infrared band for the analysis, for the method, for the determination of the surface reflectance. Then the equation used was the equation from Leo et al. And Howe et al. In 2017, which is dependent on the normalized different vegetation index and the scattering angle. This method is basically using the fact that there is maximum absorption of the in the visible in the green region there is little effect of atmosphere, which is what the basics for this methodology. Then we use the Python-based module to simulate the atmospheric optical thickness by using the surface reflectance and other parameters like the scattering angle, the date of capture, the other and other atmospheric parameters. So aerosol retrieval is based on the relationship between simulated top of the atmosphere reflectance, the aerosol optical thickness, and the surface reflectance. So we retrieve it by looking at the relationship between the top of the atmosphere reflectance, which is gotten from the atmospheric correction, and will impute manual the range of atmospheric aerosol optical thickness. Then we use the surface reflectance also. Then we use the radiative transfer model in the 6S model to simulate the relationship between them, which was now used to generate an equation that was used to get the aerosol optical thickness over the study area. So these are the results. We noticed that over the 18 years period, there's a spike in the air pollution over the study area, and we also noticed that there's this high AOT observed at the center towards the north side of the metropolis region. You can see this in the north side of this study area, and towards the towards the south and the center, you can see that there's high pollution between 2002 and 2020. And this the southwestern region observed to have a low aerosol optical thickness, which can be attributed to the high vegetation cover in the area. So we now look at the relationship between this aerosol optical thickness distribution and their spread, and we will look at the relationship between this air pollution distribution and the road network. Then we notice that the ongoing traffic congestion problem in the metropolis manifested in the AOT concentration observed along the road network. We did a 60-meter buffer zone analysis to look at the aerosol optical thickness distribution over this 60-meter buffer analysis because of the we want to look at how this road traffic, the congestion and road traffic, which because Lagos is one of the city with high traffic problem. So we look at how this emission from car exhaust and everything affect the pollution in the city. So we notice that AOC concentration is higher along this major road network, especially at the center of the metropolis and over at the Etiosa local government, which is to the south region of the metropolis. And we saw that there is an increase in the aerosol concentration. Then the high aerosol optical thickness in this region can be attributed to the high daily traffic experience in the highly urbanized region of where we observe this high pollution. So this is the graph showing the distribution of this aerosol optical thickness, which is the air pollution over the local government per local government. Then we notice that there's a drastic increase between 2002 and 2020, all over for all the local government areas.
Samuel, you have 1 more minute, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is a table showing the statistical analysis of the aerosol distribution along road network and off the road network. ARN means along the road network, YORN means off the road network. And we notice that along the road network, there's high increase in the aerosol optical thickness is higher along compared to off it. So this is the graph showing the correlation between the aerosol optical thickness and the particulate matter gotten from the ground data. Then we notice that the relationship varies per location, and we notice that the low correlation observed in Ewaya was because of the time of capture of the particulate matter, which was during the later hour of the day. And it has been observed from literature that aerosol optical thickness observation is accurate, particulate matter rather, the observation is accurate early in the morning. So in concluding the study, then the conclusion is that the increased AOT observed in the area indicates the ever-present urbanization activities, including industrial and traffic activities. Then the average PM value for all sizes is higher than the recently set World Health Organization air quality recommended particulate matter level. So then the relationship between the aerosol optical thickness and different PM sizes showed similar correlation coefficient values, with negative value observed at Ojota, low positive at Iwaya, then the strong at Okobaba, which shows that there's a variation in the listing in the relationship between aerosol optical thickness and PM data, which can be attributed to the varying time of capture and the other atmosphere environmental properties. Then the recommendation for further study is that a full-scale monitoring of this air pollution over the whole of Lagos State should be encouraged to inform the government and environmental agency on this perilous atmospheric situation. Then the high AOT concentration observed in the metropolis should necessitate the establishment of the ambient air quality standard by the government. According to the UNEP in 2016, Nigeria is one of the countries without ambient air quality standard and air quality laws and regulation. So there is no guideline to the way emission is released to in the atmosphere in the city. So therefore, the government should consider the establishment of multiple air quality monitoring stations to acquire real-time air quality information, as there is no record of an established ground-based monitoring air quality station in the city. Finally, the government should consider exploring clean mobility by creating national electric mobility strategies to reduce these vehicular emissions. Thank you.
Okay, Samuel, thanks for a great presentation. And thank you again to all the presenters for the great presentation. It was very nice to be here. We are on time, so it's good. And thanks again for the organization for inviting me for this really nice event.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Dr.
sir.
Jim.
It was a pleasure to be here with you.
We are so happy to have you here. And
pleasure.
For those who don't know that, Dr. Jill is the head of the biggest Facebook group ever on remote sensing and geosciences. So
it's too kind to say that.
Yeah, if you would like to follow up all the new updated information about remote sensing, please follow his Facebook group. And besides, we would like to also thank you for your nice orchestrating this session, even though even if the time is so early in
no problem.
Azore Islands right now.
When you say that, change your speech.
Sorry. So we would like to have your comments about the presentations, if they can be good for useful for journal submission.
Okay.
By email. I can.
Okay, I will. I will send it to you today. Okay, no problem.
Thank you so much, and we
Okay.
would like to also see you again for the next events and give
Thank
our
you.
regards to those colleagues there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you all. Ciao.
Ciao. The next presentation will be 1 hour later, since it's noontime in Turkey. We will have a lunch break, and on the same meet link, we will be here. I'm just having a pause, and we will continue with the surveying session at 1 o'clock at Turkish local time. Thank you so much, and see you. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the third session of IGD event, first day. We will proceed with surveying and geodesy session. Since we have plenty of authors, I would like to have you introduce yourself. Who's going to present? Because it's a bit confusing. Sometimes the presenter can change. There will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 presentation. So I'm waiting for their introduction. If they are here.
Dr. Ibrahim,
Yeah.
can I ask you?
Yeah. Welcome, by the way. I haven't seen your camera.
Yeah.
But
I switched on my camera. Can you see me?
yes, we can see and hear you perfectly.
Okay, perfect. So probably you know each presenters of these 7 presentations, because I don't know who will be present each one.
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to collect their names because sometimes they switch the presenter at the session. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out who's going to present each presentation. So this is my real concern right now. Okay. And I'm expecting some names. Actually, the first presentation from Egypt, I think. Who's going to present? Do we have the presenter here? Mr. Ali Shebil, Mr. Mohamed Atella, Arpat Chamer. I hope that the pronunciations are correct. Are they here as the first presenter? In the participation list, I see none of them. The second presenter, I think he's ready. Mr. Nuri Erdem is here. He's not absent. Prof. Pashava, will you present your own presentation or the other scholars?
I will present our presentation.
Okay, so the third is okay. The fourth is... the fourth one is accuracy assessment of positioning based on single and multi-GNSS belonging to Lukman, Abdul Mumin, Yusuf Ramalan, Haruna Ibrahim, Abu Bakar, Adamu Musa. Who's going to present it? Do we have the presenters here? Nope, not sharing the presentation right now. You can unshare it. Mr. Amadi. Mr. Amadi, you can unshare your presentation. You don't need to do it right now. Anyway, the fifth one belongs to Babatunde Anibaba. Let's see. It's here. Okay, the other one, Alabi. They seem absent. Mr. Amadi, could you unshare your share screen, please? You're not the first one. Mr. Amadi, I need to close your participation for a while. Please rejoin us again. So, I'm still waiting for the first presenter. Otherwise, I'm gonna skip to the second one. I'm checking. I have 2 minutes to go. No. No, no, no. All right. Muhammed Atilla. No. Okay. I would like to present Associate Professor Dr. Lyubka Pashova from Bulgaria. She's going to be our chair for session Geodesy and Surveying. Thank you, Prof, for your participation and contribution to our event. And we would like to give our regards to Bulgarian colleagues out there. And the first presentation normally belonged to Mr. Ali Shebil, but since none of the participants are here, we will proceed with Mr. Nuri Erdem. Prof, all the presenters will have 8 to 10 minutes. You have right to interrupt in case of exceeding the time. And you can ask directly the questions or collect verbal and oral questions from the audience, and the stage is yours. I will accompany you during the event. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Iban. Thank you for the invitation to chair this session of Surveying and Geodesy today. So, due to missing of the first presenter, we will proceed with the second presentation. It will be given by Dr. Nuri Erdem. Please, Dr. Erdem, share your screen and we can start with your presentation. Welcome.
Okay. Yes, that's all right.
Yes, it seems, but it could be better if it's in full screen mode.
Please, in the bottom of your presentation, there is a slide share.
Okay. That's all right?
No, at the moment.
You can proceed by clicking one by one, the slides one by one. You can click it.
Okay.
Can you click the second and third slides?
Not the moment.
Okay. Let's close the share screen, Ran, and when you click on the share screen, please share entire screen, not just the PowerPoint, but all the screen. Otherwise, we won't be able to see the move of your presentation.
Okay. That's all right?
Yeah, now it's okay. You can proceed with like that. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Dr. Nuri Erdem. I'm working in Osmaniye Korkut Ata University, Engineering Faculty, Department of Geometric Engineering, Osmaniye, Turkey. My working is the current state of use of satellite-based position system in Turkey. Presentation content is here, introduction, structure and components of satellite-based position systems, experimental method, and conclusion. Yes, nowadays the cartography sector has also been, and surveying sector also, affected by the rapid developments in the field of technology. Recently, satellite-based position systems have been used instead of classic land measurement made with total station and engineering levels device. In this study, the general structure of satellite-based global and regional positioning system is examined. The general usage densities of the system in the public and private sectors in Turkey and the study of the signals that can be received and the average sales price of device on the market have been investigated. The results were presented in the form of tables and graphics, and it was found that the most ideal device for our country is the device which can work with systems such as GPS, GLONASS, Galileo, BeiDou, and etc., and receive signs from many satellites of these systems. Structure and components of satellite-based positioning system are here. First of all, GPS global positioning system. The GPS system was established in 1978 by the U.S. Department of Defense, and the other special experimental working is here. And the other GLONASS, the system was put into use worldwide by the Russian Space Defense Force Command in 2008 with 24 satellites. Thus, it's become the second operation satellite positioning system after GPS of American Department of Defense. The other GNSS systems is Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System. It is an autonomous regional satellite positioning system designed by the Indian Space Research Organization. The other is quasi-zenith satellite system designed to cover Japan. This system launched its first satellites in 2010. The other GNSS system is Galileo. The system, which launched its first satellite in 2025, and it is still not actively put into service, was graded by the European Union to be an alternative to GPS and GLONASS. Galileo is a project that is instead intended to serve by placing 30 satellites in orbit around the world. And the other is BeiDou. The satellite positioning system BeiDou was put into operation by China in 2000. In addition, the system has two separate satellite sets, BeiDou 1 and BeiDou 2. This picture shows some of these here. Experimental method to investigate the current use of satellite-based location system in our country, which of their perspective device. First of all, public and private sector users have been conducted by phone and company and device catalogs, brochures. The other way, company web page were examined and email was sent to connect with them. And how many satellite system it sees and what signal it can receive in area surveying working. The obtained results are given in table 1. In table 1 shows that companies, devices, used satellite systems and monitoring signals. and etc. and etc. Using table 1, a ranking was made from the device that sees the least satellite system and signal to the maximum, and a visual graph was created in figure 1. As a result, it has become easier to examine the device that receives the most signals and sees the most satellite system via the corresponding table. It has been seen that the most ideal device for our country is the Colida K58 Pass device, which can work with systems such as GPS, GLONASS, Galileo, Medio, and etc., and receive signals from many satellites of these systems in figure 1. Figure 1 is show that number of satellite system and signal use it, and red one is red streak is the number of signal it sees, and blue streak is show that the number of satellite it sees. You can see that Colida K58 plus and most sees number of signal. The other continue the figure 1 is that conclusion. As a result, it has become easier to examine the device that sees the most signals and sees the most satellite system via the table. According to table, it has been seen that the most ideal device for our country is the device called Colida K58 Pass, which can work with system almost all of GNS systems and receive signals from many satellites of these systems. My reference are here. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Erdem. Thank you for very interesting presentations. Is there any questions from the participants at this session? I don't see, but I have one question. Would you please tell us, actually you performed your survey based on a questionnaire, is it right? You sent a questionnaire to the different stakeholders using GNSS receivers from the business, from the academia, from different organizations. Is that right?
We examined many company this area in Turkey, Leica, Zeiss, and etc. All of them are working in area for this subject with GPS device. We ask them, your receivers signal to get satellite L1, L2, and the others.
Okay, I see. Actually, you requested them how many satellite signals you are getting from the different navigation systems. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much. Please unshare your screen. Is any presenter from the first presentation are joined with us or not?
I checked the participants, but I haven't seen any of them. So I think we We can continue with you, Prof.
Okay. Would you please, Dr. Erdem, unshare your screen? Okay. There is a problem with sharing of my screen. I'm not sure why.
Okay, actually there is no grant for it. Just press the button and share the entire screen, not just the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try again. Sometimes it can be slow.
Okay, can you see now?
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, we can see it now.
Yeah.
Can you move
Okay.
forward and backwards in order to control? Can you move and forward and backward, please?
Is that all right now?
Okay, yeah, please, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Today I will going to present the results of the tidal analysis from sea level records obtained from the tide gauge installed in the aquatory of the Bulgarian Antarctic base named St. Clement Ohridsky. We prepared this presentation with my colleague, Associate Professor Borislav Alexandrov. Actually, he is the geodesist, participated in 6 expeditions from the 29 expedition until now to the Livingston Island since 1998. Actually, 7 geodesists participated in the Antarctica during this almost 30 expeditions. The next one, third Jubilee expedition, will start after a day. Our colleagues will leave. You know already that making a long-term recording of sea level variation to accurately determine the height of tides and their forecasting, especially in the Antarctic region, has essential scientific and practical value. Actually, the tides range under most of ice shelves fringed in around Antarctica, and they are typically between 1 and 2 meters. But during the spring season, it can reach 2 to 4 meters, and occasionally in some place around the coastal line of Antarctica, it can be exceed 6 meters. Actually, to access to Bulgarian Antarctic base is only by the sea, so it's essential. Scientific problem is to determine the tidal regime for unimpeded navigation, acoustics on the shore, and other activities performed in the region of Bulgarian Antarctic base. Actually, the aim of all research activities in the Bulgarian Antarctic base is to contribute to international research agenda in the polar region, also to establish long-term research infrastructure and to maintain it in the future. Also to perform a different research studies in different scientific fields. Actually, the access to the Bulgarian Antarctic base is during only in austral summer. You can see here a picture showing the glacier Perunica in 2010, after 7 years, and in 2018. You can see obvious ice is missing during the last year. Bulgarian Antarctic Base starting to operate in 1996. It's operated by the Bulgarian Antarctic Institute. On this picture, you can see where is the location of Bulgarian Antarctic base. In close vicinity is the Spanish Antarctic base, Juan Carlos I. Actually, different interdisciplinary research started in 1996. The Bulgarian Antarctic base is located in the eastern part of the Livingston Island. In the last 2 decades, you can see that there is many disciplines and participants from the field of geology, geomorphology, geophysics, seismology, and meteorology, microbiology, and other fields of knowledge have taken part in different campaigns in the Bulgarian Antarctic base. It's operate seasonally. Actually, I mentioned that the 7 geodesies participated in different expeditions. Many activities are performed during the years. You can see the list of these activities, starting from the classical geodetic observations, going through the hydrographic observations in the front of Bulgarian Antarctic base, making observation by using UAV, also different GPS campaigns, performing also GNSS observations, and preparing a different topographic and specialized maps during the years. Actually, the activities concerning the sea level observations starting in the last years. The first test installation of the tide gauge was in the South Bay in 2017. This is the location of the first test installation. After 2 years in the 28th expedition, the tide gauge was reinstalled in the second place too. During this campaign, first measurements of salinity and temperature also have been performed. This is a picture showing the device which is actually installed in the South Bay. This is hydrostatic pressure sensor type master of Valeport, UK. And this is the sensor for measuring of salinity and temperature of ocean water in the region of in the front of Bulgarian Antarctic base. Here is the installation actually of the tide gauge. During the 28 expeditions, on this picture are shown the location of measurement of salinity. In blue color is actually are presented the inland of this location, and in the red dot are close to the coastal line. Here is the position of tide gauge location, and this is the permanent GNS station installed in 2018, named Koch-2. In a green line are shown leveling lines in the region performed also in this expedition. Actually, preliminary quality analysis and quality check are performed during the years. Here is the actually sea level observations which are available from 2 campaign measurements. The first one consists of 38 days. The registrations are performed each 15 minutes. Here is the number of the records for the first test period. Here is the graph, how it looks like actually this sea level records. And the next one is actually the longest, starting from the 14th March in 2019 and during the whole winter season, ended in the 6th October 2018. This is the very long actually registration, consisting of 20,000, more than 20,000 records. Here is the graph presenting the histogram of the observations, the whole observations. Actually, using the U-Tide software tool of Codiga. It's actually modification of well-known T-Tide software of Viskovits. Here, in this table, we show only the main tidal components consisting of daily, subdaily, and long-term components. But actually, we assess more than 30 tidal components. You can see the amplitude. The highest of daily is K1 and O2. It's about 26 centimeter. The subdaily is actually more than daily components. The most important are M2, S2, K2, and A2. Here is the also evaluation of phase and their error. You can see on this graph the sea level at this analyzed period, taking this sea level observations. In the blue line are shown the real sea level observations. In the red line are evaluated or predicted using this software U-Tide Codiga, using of Codiga. In the gray line, you can see the differences between actual observed sea level and this one from prediction using this software. Based on the evaluated tidal components, we determined F factor, which showed that the subdaily is predominant tidal components. So based on our analysis, actually, and future plans to prolong the geodetic, especially activities in the region of Bulgarian Antarctic base, is to reinstall again the tide gauge, because during the previous season there is damage again of the sensor. So our colleagues, which will take part in the next Antarctic expedition, will reinstall this tide gauge in the same place shown in the previous picture. So we intend to maintain the permanent GNS station KOH2 and to provide year-round power supply. Also, we intend to be included in the IG network. Also, we intend to perform the GNSS leveling to link the tide gauge benchmark, which will be installed during this expedition, and to link with the tide gauge and this permanent site KOH2. Also, our colleague in the previous expedition have started to build a new scientific laboratory. Here is some picture which are taken during these activities related with the building of new scientific laboratory. It will be looks like in this picture. Here is some constructional activities which colleagues performed during the 28th expedition in our Bulgarian Antarctic base. So we intend to proceed our research at the Bulgarian Antarctic base and intend to evaluate different factors that contributed to the sea level variations this very important region. Also, our colleagues intend to install other devices and sensors to perform sea level studies for the long-term period. Also, they intend to apply different geodetic methods and technologies in order to determine, to monitor, and to explain the sea level changes in this region of the world. So probably you heard that there is a special working group at the International Association of Geodesy. It's called Geodesy for Climate Research. So we intend to participate actively in all these activities of this working group and to contribute with our observations, with our data and analysis to order to be explain the impact of the climate change in this region of the world. So we keep all international standards and following all the recommendations of the international associations or institutions which are related with the activities of sea level studies and climate studies. We also have a very good collaboration with partners from different countries which have a Antarctic base, not only in the Livingston Island, but in the Antarctica. So we actually start long-term studies of in the local region in our Bulgarian Antarctic base, whole parameters of the environment that can impact on the sea level studies. So thank you very much for your attention, and also the contribution of my colleague, Associate Professor Borislav Alexandrov. He is also joined in this session.
Thank you so much, Prof. Actually, we are so glad to have insightful comments and contributions from the Antarctica-based studies. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions to Prof? I think no. The next presenter, Prof, will be Abdul Mumin Lukman. I think he's ready. You can share your screen with us with a working microphone, please. Thank you. Mr. Lukman, can you share the screen with us? Mr. Lukman, can you hear us? I think your microphone doesn't work. No, it's not working. For those, all the presenters after that.
Mr. Shamsuddin, you are muted.
No, I didn't mute it. Everyone can share their microphones and screens without any permission. I cannot block them. So please be sure, the next presenters, please be sure that your microphone is properly working.
Shamsuddin, what you should do is unmute your view. You are muted. Unmute yourself. When you look at your computer screen, you will see where you have mute. Unmute.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, finally. Can you share the screen with us, please, immediately, because we are losing time?
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Oh, an afternoon
Mr.
already.
Lukman, we haven't seen your screen yet.
Oh.
Are you sure that you shared the screen with us? Please press the button with an upward arrow underneath the screen. Yes,
Present
and
now?
present entire screen.
Yes, I did that.
No, it is not seen right now. So redo it, please.
Okay.
For the following events, please be sure that these things properly work. So these things takes a lot of time from the sessions. So that's why we need to interrupt the presentations.
I'm having a message on my screen that Chrome wants to share the content of your screen, and I cannot share. The share button is not highlighted.
Are you on a computer or on a mobile phone?
On a computer.
It should have. So until we resolve this issue, we can skip to the next one, I think, because we are losing approximately 5 or 6 minutes for these things.
Oh.
And the next presenter, Mr. Babatunde Anibaba, is here.
Yes, I'm present.
Yeah, can you share the screen with us, please?
All right.
Thank you. Can we see your presentation PowerPoint file? We can see your screen.
Okay.
Would you please open your PowerPoint presentation?
Okay. I'm on it already.
Are you on a mobile phone or computer?
I'm on a mobile phone.
Okay, can you skip to the PowerPoint or PDF file directly by choosing the right program? Because we are just... Okay. Okay, it can be like that, but just change the program to PowerPoint or PDF, whatever you use. Guys, for all presenters here,
But I have it.
no, we haven't seen it yet. Guys, please get prepared before the event, not during the session. We have lost approximately 10-15 minutes to have this issue. The pandemic approximately lasted for 2 years, and I think that you have already accustomed to do these things before, especially for educational purposes. So please do not let us lose the time. Otherwise, we won't be able to have your presentations here.
I'm ready. I'm good to go.
Who is this? Okay, please go on. Please, yeah, move forward and do a quick presentation, please. Thank you.
Please introduce shortly.
Good morning, everyone.
Please go on, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Lost again.
I'm Tunde Anibaba.
Mr.
Babatunde
Anibaba,
Anibaba
we
from
lost
Nigeria.
your screen view and we
Prince,
are losing your sound.
the
Okay.
Commodore channel of Lagos State, Nigeria. Can you see my screen? Sorry, please, can you see the slide?
Yes, we can see the slide, but sometimes your sound goes up.
Oh. I'm the correspondent author, and I have Professor P.C. Iwulo, who worked with me on this work, Savio Shikuma Okoli, Savio Hoji, Savio Daramola, and Savio Ajuke, a member of the Nigerian Navy Hydrographic Office, Lagos, Nigeria, and some of my other colleagues who contributed to the success of this work. Introduction. Bathymetry survey is an information on the depth of water body with applicability in port and harbor planning, that is coastline change assessments, also into comprises of river sedimentation analysis, the pre and post dredge survey assessment. Monitoring the changes, one of the key factors of bathymetry survey. The seabed topography, which is used to monitor data for which morphological parameters are estimated. So with the knowledge of bathymetry, it helps in seabed topography. And the data generated from it are at least provide estimate value via seaport plan for which aid port and harbor planning, coastline change assessment, then sedimentation analysis. My core study for the research was the Commodore Channel in Lagos State, which is exposed to the action on the man inlet to the Atlantic Ocean. The resultant effects from that is generated in the Commodore Channel affect the stability of the sediment on the channel seabed. And this studies assesses the changes in the channel's bathymetry using data on water depth from a time series of bathymetry charts, because the bathymetry is carried out every 2 years. So I worked on year 2008, 2010, 2012, 2014, 2016, 2018 time series data to get my results. This is the study map of the Commodore Channel situated in Lagos State, Nigeria. By the right, I have my flow charts, the data acquisition under the LCM, hydrographic charts, ensuring that I have all the data, though provided in map format, I had to scan and then upload them in GIS format. So, and ensure that they are in the same coordinate system. The data conversion, scanning, and vectorization, bathymetry database, a database was created to generate the depths, and all other analysis were also carried out. I used triggering method to analyze my data. In the analysis of the data, I looked at the depth comparison for each year and the difference in year 2008 to 2010, 2010 to 2012, all through 2018. Then I also did the bathymetry surface analysis of the research and then presentation of results. So by the left, I have the map. That's the bathymetric model of the Commodore channel. So for year 2008, 2010, 2012, 2014, 2016, 2018. And to the right, I have the statistics of the depth changes in meters. So for the change in depth from 2008 to 2010, the minimum value was minus 4.01. Then for 2010, 2012, the minimum value 4.51. And for 2008, 2018, minimum value was 15.96. When we look at the range, in 2010, 2012, 2010, that the change in depth, it was 14.35. From 2008 to 2018, the change in depth increased to 31.47. And considering the mean, also on the change in depth, 0.08 was the value acquired for 2008, 2010. All through 2016 to 2018, the change in depth was 0.36. So I'm looking at the standard deviation, 1.44 or through 2.87. We realize that the change in depth wasn't constant as a result of the dredging work going on at the Commodore channel to more or less like enlarge the channel for rooms for bigger vessels to be able to access the Commodore channel and into Nigeria. Statistics of the surface volume. For year 2008, the volume was 9,238,2015.866. And if you look at the trend of the volume, there was an increase from 2008 up to 2018. And for the surface volume changes, looking at the change in depth for those volumes, the change in volume for 2008 through 2010, we realized that the value at a point increased, decreased, and down to 2016, 2018. The value was at 26,914,557 meter cube. The bathymetric height model in this study have bridged the discontinuity between terrain height data and water depth data for the Commodore channel and the adjoining land areas. The major reason for this study was to show the relevance of the bathymetric data, the digital bathymetric data I acquired and worked on in urban planning, which is concerned with the control of the use of land and design of the urban environment. More so, the digital bathymetric model, which I was able to work up and develop, produced, will also provide a layer for the development of a coastal characterization procedure of the coastal habitat. Hence, for vessels coming in to Nigeria through Commodore channel, the dredging work activity going on give room for larger vessels to be accommodated into the Commodore channel and into the seaports of Nigeria. So hence, larger vessels can access Nigeria through the Commodore channel in Lagos State. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Actually, you keep the time. Is there any question to the presenter, Mr. Anibaba? I don't see. So, Dr. Iban, who will be the next presenter?
I think Mr. Lukman will try again.
Okay.
Is he with us? Yes.
Yes.
Can you try once again sharing your screen? We can hear you clearly.
Oh, okay. I think I'm still having the same. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, go further.
Okay.
Please introduce yourself shortly.
Good afternoon, all. I am Abdul Mumin Lukman from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Nigeria. I'm presenting a work on the topic accuracy assessment of positioning using single and multi-GNSS. The Global Navigation Satellite System is a general term for all navigation systems that provide users globally with a three-dimensional positioning, velocity, time solution, 24-hour service with the use of transmitted radio signals. And in the group, we have the GPS for the United States, we have the Galileo for Europe, GLONASS for the Russians, and the Beidou for the Chinese, and the QZSS. Why multi-GNSS then? The advantage of using multi-GNSS will give user the availability of a larger number of satellites in space, which will benefit the user in so many different ways. One of which is reducing signal acquisition time, improving positioning and accuracy in time, reducing problems caused by obstructions such as buildings and foliage, and improving the spatial distribution of visible satellites, leading in improvement of the dilution of precision. The PPP, that's precise point positioning, is a GNSS positioning application known for its high precision and accuracy level, using a single receiver and undifferenced observation by application of the precise satellite orbit and clock products from the IGS, that International GNSS Services. It provides a user with centimeter to millimeter level of accuracy. There are many researches that were conducted all over the world to test for the accuracy of the use of multi-GNSS, as can be seen on the screen. That's why the current study aims to assess the positional accuracy of the use of multi-GNSS for geodetic and mapping application. The data used for this study was obtained from 5 different international GNSS services through its website, as seen on the screen. The choice of these stations was based on their multi-GNSS capabilities and those with consistent data. 7 days RENEX data files of the year 2019 were downloaded from the day 359 to 365, which was equivalent to the 20,853 to the 20,862 of the GPS calendar. The data obtained was then were later then post-processed using the PPPH software to determine the obtainable positional accuracy of using this multi-constellation permanent GNSS sites. This is the study area. We can see the stations, that is the tongue, the XMIS, the MRO1, the YAR3, and the PTVL 000. To compare the results obtained from the PPPH software with known coordinates of the stations used, the difference in X, Y, Z, and XY components was computed and used in analyzing the results subsequently. Also, the RMSE was computed using the equations, that is equation 1, 2, 3, and 4, where all the parameters there are defined. The calculation of the root mean square coordinate error, that is the XY error, was also carried out, which is a characteristics of point set accuracy and is one of the most common accuracy measures in geodesy. The coordinates of the 5 GNSS, 5 IGS stations used is presented on this table. See, these are the stations and the country they all belong to. Their coordinates in X, Y, and Z, and then the systems, that is the constellations that these stations can access, that is the satellites they can access. Most of them have access to the QZSS, the GPS, the GLONASS, the Galileo, and the Beidou system. Considering the results from the single satellite GPS, GLONASS, GPS and GLONASS produce identical results in both horizontal and vertical components, with root mean square error values less than 0.1 meters on all the stations. On the other hand, the combination of GPS and GLONASS, that is the GPS plus GLONASS in the multi-GNSS, proves to be the better combination in that category, with root mean square error values similar to that of GPS and GLONASS, that is similar to that of the single constellation. The combination of GPS and BeiDou, GLONASS and BeiDou produce poor result, and hence this is this is a simple plot of the results. As you can see from the result, in almost all cases, GPS, GLONASS, and the GPS plus GLONASS are having almost an identical result in all the stations, in all the 5 stations. Although not all multi-GNSS combinations give required accuracy, multi-GNSS capability can solve so many GNSS project problems. Based on the current study, GPS and GLONASS have the best results when compared to the other single constellations, that is BeiDou. On the other hand, the synergy between GPS and GLONASS comes on top when considering the accuracy of multi-GNSS systems. Generally, it can be said that GPS, GLONASS, and GPS plus GLONASS systems have similar results as I've said earlier. This implies that these systems can be integrated when there is a need or in the absence of GPS or GLONASS signal. The use of all other constellations apart from that can be discouraged based on the results obtained. The use of multi-GNSS constellation can go a long way in solving the problems of GNSS mapping problems, reducing the cases of signal loss, improving accuracy, and the likes. But this is not always achieved, as proved in the just completed study. If one must use it, that is, if one must use any of these multi-GNSS, then GPS plus GLONASS can be said to be the best. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Is there any question to the presenter, Mr. Adoumoumi? I have a question.
Okay.
Did you test this PPH software, which is MATLAB software?
Yes.
How it can be applied for the permanent GNSS station in Nigeria?
No, I didn't try that because we don't have any station that has this multi-GNSS capability in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you. It will be really interesting to test this software for a different region around the world. It's really interesting.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. The next presenter, I think, will be Mr. Alabi. Am I right? Mr. Alabi is one of the authors of the next presentation. If he's going to present.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Mr. Adedayo will
Adedayo.
present. Okay, will you present the
Yes.
Okay, accuracy assessment of established control
These
within the
controls.
University of Lagos, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Can you share the screen with us, please?
On it. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Okutubo Adedayo. I'm here to present the research on accuracy assessment of established controls within University of Lagos, Nigeria. Here are the contents. First, introduction, our study area, the aims and objectives, our methodology used, then our results, followed with the conclusion and recommendations. Firstly, as we know, controls, they are monuments which we reference works of lesser quality, not lesser quality in context, but they are of higher accuracy, higher orders, with which we reference our jobs. And it's a fundamental tool for virtually all types of survey, in which are not included to boundary survey, utility mapping, structural, and as-built. From our research, we discovered the existence of considerable discrepancies between reports of previous attempts to recoordinate and coordinate the survey controls within University of Lagos, which then brings the question, how accurate or precisely are these controls in the first place? Here's our study area. In the University of Lagos, you see it's densely populated outside the region. Even though the land area is approximately around 3.25 kilometers square, but still it's prone to swamps and undeveloped areas, which are caused mainly by the influence of waters. But still, it's a densely populated area, and the land use change within the area is such that is rapid, consistent over the years. Here's our aim: to investigate the accuracy of existing controls within University of Lagos using a differential GPS reference to core station. The objectives are to acquire spatial and non-spatial data of existing established controls within the university that recoordinate the selected existing controls, that is such controls which are still found in situ, which looks viable, which have not been displaced. We recoordinate them, then we compare and contrast the data acquired with their previous values existing. Then we assess the accuracy using a student t-test. Here's our methodology. From Ricky reconnaissance, which is the first we did, obtaining different values for such controls we can find, as many as possible we can find. And it is noteworthy that these controls are being used as source of reference to jobs outside the school. That is construction, right of way, whatever. People do come in to reference to some of these stations to start or commence their work. So we obtain the values of most of these controls. We can find as many as possible, identify them, making a design plot, then planning on how the observation will go, because it is a direct field approach, meaning we proceed to sites, observing at least an hour on each controls, reference to 2 core stations. Then the processing was done by Trimble Business Center to plot and analyze each values obtained. Here's our findings. From the value of existing controls and the newly acquired coordinates as a graphical chart, it is discovered that here's our variations. Some points are slightly having extreme values, which are most likely outliers, which are outliers definitely. And upon further inquiry, upon further testing to check the accuracy of these controls, subjecting it to a 99% confidence level using two-tailed t-test, the correlation shows a strongly correlated values to the left of my screen. And hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, to the left of my screen, there's a strongly correlation, which we can see. And this is for the northings, although this is for the northings. And for the eastings as well, we have a strongly correlated value, which is also similar to the northings, which we obtained. They are highly correlated. From our observation and our results, it is evident that the significant difference at the 99 confidence level for the eastings and northing. Oh, sorry. we can find a significant difference at a 99% confidence level, which is a doubt, which is a source of doubt for these controls. So, but for the height values, the elevations, we are not to reject those values because they are highly correlated and they show less inconsistency from different stations. And our recommendation, it is imperative to state that the establishment of controls should be as such that are located not prone to physical obstructions and disturbance from general public, as it is observed on ground within the site area that most of these controls were mutilated due to the fact of construction exercise, and not limited to roads as well, road expansion as well. Then also, call station should be frequently used often because it lessens the constraints on the incessant and frequently establishment of controls. Often, as we know, call stations, they are permanent and we can obtain our data any time of the day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Is there any question to the presenter also in the chat? I didn't see any question. So let's go further with the next presenter.
I think Mr. Samuel Akintoye is here from the authors of the last presentation. Who's going to present the last one?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can you share the screen with us once again?
Right. Share it in a moment. Can you see this screen now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, it's coming. Please go further. Introduce yourself, please.
Greetings to everyone. I'm Samuel Akintoye from the University of Lagos, Nigeria, and I'm here to present this paper on establishment of a geodetic network for the deformation monitoring of the third mainland bridge. The co-authors for these papers are Ahmed Olanrewaju, Hannah Abioye, Chukwuma Okoli, Samuel Akinusi, and Usman Adegbite. The introduction. Deformation studies is a very important aspect of geodesy science. And deformation simply refers to the alteration in shape, size, and other dimensions of a bridge or any civil engineering structures like bridge, dams, high-rise structures, and all of that. And this is very important to be monitored to avoid any hazards that will come as a result of neglect. And like we have it here, we say bridges deteriorate due to excessive traffic, tectonic disturbances, corrosion, and all of that. And these elements have a significant impact on the bridge's horizontal and vertical movements, which are not usually detected with the eyes. And it actually requires systematic investigation to be able to detect if there is deformation or not. And in this study of the establishment of a geodetic network for monitoring the third mainland bridge, we designed a scheme for monitoring the bridge by taking baseline measurements that will serve as a reference for future measurements. And when comparisons are made, we can determine if there is deformation on the bridge or not. And we went ahead to establish 3 reference stations on the ground away from the bridge. Now, What really prompted the need for this research? The Third Mainland Bridge on its own is a very important bridge in Lagos State of Nigeria. The Lagos State, Nigeria is the commercial hub of Nigeria and even in West Africa. And this Third Mainland Bridge is the longest of the three bridges in Lagos State. Hence, it is driving immense economic activities. And with growing concerns from users of the bridge, agencies, as to its shaking and vibrations at different times, it has brought a focused need for the bridge to be investigated to see if it is deforming or not. And the major issue also is that the fact that maintenance operations are usually initiated due to reports. That means there has been no systematic investigation. There is no network, no geodetic network, no frame, no network or anything. No system has been in place for monitoring the bridge. That was what necessitated this research. Now, this shows, the screen shows us the study area. You can see the Third Mainland Bridge. It is the longest of the three bridges. It was built far in 1996, and as at the time it was completed in 1990, it was the longest in Africa until it was overtaken by the Cairo Bridge. So what is the aim of this project? The aim of this project solely to establish a geodetic network for deformation monitoring points on the Third Mainland Bridge using the GNSS. To achieve this aim, the following objectives were carried out. The first one was to monument the selected reference points for the networks, because and number two, we marked the selected monitoring points on the bridge. The third objective was to carry out GNSS observations to determine the 3D coordinates of both the object points and the reference points. And the last step to achieving this aim was to download the data, process and adjust and archive data as baseline data for future deformation surveys. Now, the project planning. Before we could carry out this work of establishing the geodetic network, the first point of call was to do a reconnaissance survey. And we did that with the use of the Google Earth imagery. With that, we were able to identify suitable positions where those reference controls will be established. And after identifying them on the Google Earth imagery, we had to go to the site to inspect, to also check how suitable. We checked also the geological stability of the place to see if it was safe and suitable to establish such controls, because the essence of deformation monitoring is to be able to detect changes. If the network is not able to detect little changes, then it poses a high systematic error, and we cannot tell if the deformation value that will be obtained will be coming from the controls or from the or from the deformable object itself. So then we went ahead to design a good geometry spacing the monitoring stations at approximately 1.5 kilometers. As a matter of fact, the bridge itself is about 11.8 kilometers, but we only cited seven points on the bridge, and they were spaced at about 1.5 kilometers. The diagram above on the screen shows the distribution of the network diagram. The ones in blue are actually the reference points. These controls in blue are the reference points, while these other points in red are the object points or the monitoring points that were established on the bridge. We actually established 7 of them. We cited 7 of them. Then after that, after the reconnaissance, we took steps to carry out observations. The observations were to determine the 3D coordinates of both the chosen sites for the reference stations and the monitoring stations. And before we did this, we had to first transfer controls from three first order controls, XST 117, XST 134, and SST 347, which were established by the Office of the Surveyor General of Lagos State. So we used these controls, these first order controls, to coordinate the reference controls for the Third Mainland Bridge, which we named TMB01, TMB02, and TMB03 respectively. Then we got their coordinates by taking simultaneous observations for a minimum of 2 hours for each station. Then subsequently, after determining the coordinates of the control stations or the reference stations for the geodetic network, we
Mr. Akintola, excuse me that I interrupt you, but you have only 2 minutes.
Okay, yes, I'm almost done. Then the next step was to carry out another simultaneous observations to fix the positions on the bridge, the 7 coordinates on the bridge, the 7 reference monitoring points on the bridge. And in all, we used 10 GPS dual frequency global GPS receivers and accessories. So 3 were mounted on the controls, on the reference points, while the other 7, each was mounted on its point on the bridge. Now the data was processed using Fimbu Business Center software and subjected to statistical testing, in which we got high values for the accuracies. And these are the results. These are the results obtained for the controls. TMB1, eastern value is as shown on the board, is as shown on the screen, up to TMB3. And these are the object points, the 7 object points that we chose, that were chosen. These are the coordinates obtained from the total endeavor. Now, the principle of determining if there is deformation is to have series of observations at different epochs, and comparisons are made. So with the difference of an epoch, say at time 0, and the observation at time after 0, when we see the difference, we can detect the P as shown in the equation. The P will tell us if there is deformation or not. So the essence of that is to see if the deformation is within predictable limits. If it's not within predictable limits, then there is need to take appropriate action. Thank you. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you for presentation. So I saw in the list of the participants, there is one of the co-authors of the first presentation, Mr. Mohammed Talla. Probably they can send to organizers a video
Yes,
report
exactly.
for their presentation. So please, Dr. Iban.
First of all, thank you so much for orchestrating our session, Dr. Pashowa. Thank you so much for your nice contribution. Since we have concluded the session, we will proceed with the GIS session. So Dr. Pashowa, thank you so much again, and we would like to see you again for the next events. Please give our regards to Bulgarian colleagues there, and we are looking forward to also inviting you to Mersin, very sunshine city in Turkey.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and to be a chair of this very interesting session. Yes, of course, we will keep our contacts and exchange emails, of course.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will convey your regards to Bulgarian colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again.
For the first presentation, we can have an 8 minutes long video by email. As long as they send their videos during the event, we will be able to broadcast it here. Otherwise, the paper will be just the abstract version, will be remained in an abstract version. So we have 10 minutes break, and we are looking forward to the next session. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Geographic Information Systems and Cartography Session 1. We will have 6 presentations now. I couldn't find the presenters of the first paper, Suitability Analysis of Solid Waste Dump Sites in Nigeria. Are they here, one of them? Mr. Kaka Atta, Mohammed Nura Idris, Yabo Stefan, Lukman Olavuni Jiwa. If they are here, can they introduce themselves? I think not. So I think that it would be better if we start with the second one, Comparative Analysis of Pedestrian Stride Length Methods by Mrs. Nimet Karagöz. I think she's here.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, can you share your screen with us?
Sure.
You have 8 to 10 minutes. Please do not exceed the time. Thank you.
Just 1 second. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can. Can you move forward a bit? The next slide, let's check whether it's moving or not. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, the stage is yours. Thank you. You have 8 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I am Nimet Karagöz. I'm master student at Yıldız Technical University, Geometric Engineering. Today I will represent you my work called Comparative Analysis of Pedestrian Stride and Estimation Methods. In the first part of my presentation, I will briefly talk about pedestrian navigation, and then I will talk about my motivation for doing this study. Then I will explain the datasets and methods and show the results analysis tables. Finally, I will talk about future goals. Pedestrian navigation has gained importance with developing cities and complex engineering structures. IMO sensors, which offer high accuracy solutions in pedestrian navigation, are preferred commonly. However, IMO sensors are devices that must be worn on the pedestrian. In practice, instead of IMO, the smartphone that the pedestrian carries with him or her all the time is more suitable. In both technologies, pedestrian stride length is one of the most important steps in pedestrian navigation. Gyroscope, magnetometer, and accelerometer sensors are used to calculate stride length using a smartphone. In the literature, data has generally been produced on a single movement type of pedestrian. But in practice, the pedestrian has a wide variety of behavior patterns. Each study has a dataset according to its purpose. Datasets are generally not shared. The datasets in Wang et al.'s study named pedestrian stride length estimation based on LSTM and denoising autoencoders was used in this study. Generally, 3 or 4 methods have been compared in studies. For greater comprehensiveness, 10 methods were compared in this study. The data collected with Huawei Mate 9 smartphone with an octa-core 2.4 GHz processors includes sensor data in 3D, accelerometer, gyroscope, and magnetometer. The data collection frequency of the sensors is 100 Hertz. The data includes step number, step length, total distance traveled, and time. The pedestrians are a total of 5 people, 2 women and 3 men. Their weights is between 45 and 80 kilograms. Their age is between 23 and 32, and their height is 152 and 196 centimeter. Also, running, walking, jumping, and taking the elevator were selected as pedestrian behaviors. 10 straight line estimation methods were evaluated in this study. Data such as vertical acceleration, average acceleration, constants, and step frequency were used as parameters in the methods. The methods were implemented using MATLAB software. The accuracy of the straight lines was calculated by assuming the straight lines measured by the IMO in each dataset as actual values. Equation 1, 2, 3 represents the relative error rates of straight length and total walking distance and road mean square error of straight length respectively. When the road mean square error was analyzed, the standard deviations of Zhang and Ladetto were found to be the smallest, with 0.19 meter. Guo, Weinberg, and Beilemans are the best methods after Zhang and Ladetto, respectively. Weinberg's standard deviation was found to be the best in 18 out of 28 datasets. On the other hand, in datasets with more steps, Kim and Ladetto have better standard deviation. It was observed that the relative straight length error was the least in Weinberg's method in 16 datasets. It has been determined that Weinberg's method has the best mean relative error among other methods and the slightest error scatter. When the datasets are examined one by one and the total is analyzed, Miko's method gave the most error. And this table shows us total walking distance, and this table shows us total walking distance absolute error, and this is the relative error. Considering the absolute and relative error for the total travel distance, it was determined that Miko's scattering was high, but on the contrary, it had the slightest error in some datasets. The Weinberg methods gave better results than the relatively new methods when the absolute and relative total travel distance error were examined. Zhang and Alvarez do not give the most successful results in any of the datasets. Successful results were obtained from Kim, Miko, and Beilemans in datasets which are containing more steps. The straight length was calculated with an average error of 13.06%. However, Weinberg's method was the best method with an error of 7.44 and 5.61 in straight length and total walking distance, respectively. While Miko's method was the worst method with 54.34 and 44.63. It is though that more accurate results can be obtained if the acceleration rotation is calculated according to the median of the records for each dataset rather than the transformation matrix. However, for a real-time pedestrian navigation system, this calculation is trivial because not all steps can be obtained. However, it's thought that the results can be improved if a separate parameter estimation is made for each method in each dataset. If the data are grouped according to the number of steps they contain, user or walking environments, and the parameters are calculated according to this group, it is predicted that more accurate results can be obtained. Changing the optimization methods or choosing a different starting value has affected the accuracy of these methods. Future research will be essential to produce a variety of open source data sets that record data from more users, include more diverse human behaviors, and contain fewer and more steps. By training the data sets, more efficient results can be obtained with artificial intelligence. In this way, more vital information can be provided in online applications by correcting the previous steps. Designing the analyses made in the study as a desktop application and enriching it with artificial intelligence, automatically calculating step lengths according to the inputs of datasets, and performing accuracy analysis for more various straight-line estimation methods will be the subject of the future research. And these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Karagöz. It has been a nice contribution to our event, and I have seen that you have used lots of data, combining the data and proceed to, and such an information system is a very valuable contribution to the existing body of literature. Congratulations about that. If the audience doesn't have any question, I will go forward to Niyar, I think the pronunciation is correct, whose paper is named as Monitoring and Prediction of Land Cover Change in Anambra River Basin using Cellular Automata and Markov Chain Technique. Can you share the screen with us and open your microphone, please? Thank you. Miss Gertrude, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon from here.
Can you put your microphone closer to your mouth, please?
Okay. Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah,
Yes,
please go on. Thank you.
Yes. Please, I'll be presenting on monitoring and prediction of land cover changes in Anambra River Basin using cellular automata and Markov chain technique. In this presentation, we'll be looking at the overview, which will be the introduction, study area, methodology, results and analysis, and then the conclusion. Introduction. Land cover is the physical material of the Earth's surface. Simply put, it's described as the Earth's cover. It is characterized by land, water bodies, built-up areas, trees, generally everything that covers the Earth. Now, land cover change seeks to study the changes that has taken place over a period of time. We want to know the results of this study would give us an idea of what has changed, what to expect, and what to expect over a projected period of time. With this, various prediction models and techniques have been used over time to be able to predict land cover changes, but one has a particular model has stood out, which is the cellular automata technique and Markov chain technique, which has gained popularity because of its ability to incorporate socioeconomic and political scenarios into its model to be able to predict future scenarios. Now, this study was done for the Anambra River Basin. This is because at this time there's limited study on predicting land cover within the basin, and this study will assist in sustainable development, plays a key role in sustainable development to improve government planning, to improve information for government and for planners to be able to make more sustainable decisions. The study area. The Anambra River Basin is located at the southeastern part of Nigeria. It has an approximate area of 11,179 square kilometers with an elevation of maximum 600 meters and a minimum of 3 meters. At an accumulates a rainfall of 1,900 to 2,707 millimeters. Anambra River Basin is characterized by communities that are into agriculture. Most of the activities there are an agrarian community within that region. It's also intersected from the map. You could see that the Anambra Basin cuts across 7 states. We have Kogi, Edo, Delta, Anambra, Imo, Abia, Enugu, and Benue states. Agricultural activities include fishing, farming, food crop production, and animal pasturing. Methodology. Now, in order for us to be able to achieve, to be able to predict land cover over a period of time using the cellular automata, we need to go through a series of processes. Now, we download Landsat imageries from for 1987, for 2000, and for 2018. This goes through a process of classification and accuracy assessment to also know how accurate land cover has, how accurate we have been able to classify the land cover. The classes that were looked into were the bare lands, vegetation, wetlands. We classify the built-up areas and the water bodies. Now, after we are able to generate the land cover maps, we brought it into the Markov chain environment. Markov chain here helps us to analyze and summarize the probability for a particular land cover class to transition from one class to another. So it gives us an idea of, okay, if I do a land cover class from 1987 to 2018, Markov chain will tell us, okay, this land water body has a particular amount of percentage to be able to shift from one land cover class to the next land cover class. When that is done, when our land cover map is brought into the Markov chain environment using Idrisi, we used Idrisi for that. It produces a transition area and probability matrix. There we now take it into the Markov chain, set out automata, to be able to predict a future scenario. But before we do that, it's important for us to verify the model. Verifying the model simply means that we have to test to know that the model will be able to predict future scenarios. How did we do that? We brought in the land cover classification for 1987 and for 2000, generated the transition probability matrix, ran a prediction for 2018, which has already been classified, did an accuracy assessment to validate that the classification between the two, the predicted and the actual, were very close, had very close percent accuracy before actually predicting future scenarios. We'll see that in the forthcoming slides. Results and analysis. From this result, you could see the change detection that has happened over time from 1987 to 2018. From the table, we could see that water bodies, built-up areas, vegetation, and barrenlands have increased over time, whereas wetlands have drastically reduced over time. You can also see the map showing the distribution of the changes over time. Percentage of land cover, we can also see the same thing, the percentage decrease over time between 1987 and 2018. Transition probability matrix between 1987 and 2018, just like I said earlier, before we are able to predict future scenarios, we should be able to the Markov chain generates a probability matrix that gives us an idea of the probability of a particular land cover class to change from what it is to another land cover class. here we can see that water body has a 93% chance of remaining as water body. Built-up areas has a 50% chance of remaining as built-up areas. Vegetation has wetlands has a 42% chance of remaining as wetlands, and it has a 56% chance that we're saying that wetlands are gradually shifting from wetlands to vegetation. Vegetation here, when we talk about vegetation, we're looking at croplands, pasture, grasslands, and fallow land. So wetlands are gradually becoming vegetation, and so forth. So here is a table showing the comparison between the 2018 and the predicted 2030. So we're able to successfully predict for 2030 to see, okay, what has changed and what will change in the future. So for water bodies, we have a 44.53 kilometers square reduction. It's going to reduce wetlands, built-up areas are going to reduce, wetlands are still reducing, vegetations are still increasing, wetlands also is reducing. Now, other activities that our study saw as factors that are fast-tracking land cover changes within these areas are small-scale farming, where since the population is increasing, there's need for small communities to go into the forest and clear areas of land and do their agriculture. When people are expanding their farms, government has also invested hugely into small-scale agriculture by giving small-scale farmers funding to be able to go into agriculture, thereby increasing the number of farms, or the rate at which farmers go into the forest to clear and make farms. Also, the government has also invested in development, infrastructural development, estates, and the private sector is not left out. They have also they're also trying to see how they can equally expand production to also meet up the growing population. Conclusion. So from this research, we were able to see that cellular automata has been able to successfully predict land cover change over time, but there are gaps and there are lapses which, because of lack of data, we're not able to explore. The model did not take into consideration biophysical and socioeconomic factors, which has to do with the reasons, the directions to which these changes are happening, like what direction is this changes happening, because we don't have enough data to be able to back up that claim. So subsequent research would be able to cover that gap. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Does the audience have a question? I suppose no. Thank you so much, Mrs. Nar, for your contribution. We would like to also have you for the following events and give our regards to those colleagues there. Thank you. Have a nice day. The next presentation will be held by Mr. Mr. Halil Ibrahim Onyil on geospatial intelligence with geographic information systems. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Yes, I am here. I am here. Hi everyone. My name is Halil Ibrahim Onyil. I am geomatics engineer. I am still working Onyil Geomatics and Engineering company are in Turkey. Today, presentation and slides, geospatial intelligence with geographic information systems. Table of contents, purpose of application, intelligent concept, geospatial intelligent concept, and geographic information system concept, flow diagram applications and application steps, 3D model simulation of applications, Finally, in presentation, we complete with conclusion phase. Purpose of application in this study purpose, intelligent handled spatial perception, speaking to use about geographical information system for geospatial intelligence, and in this study prepared to risk map with function of canal density and 3D simulation with example application. Intelligent concept, development of behavior forecast or recommended courses of action to the leadership of an organization based on wide ranges of available overt and core information. And assessment development in response to leadership declaration requirements to inform decision making. Assessment may be executed on behalf of a state, military, or commercial organization with range of information sources available to each. Geospatial intelligence about the human activity on Earth derived from the exploitation and analyze imagery and geospatial information that describe, assess, and visual depicts physical, feature, and geophysical references activity on Earth. In USA, National Geospatial Intelligence (NGA), a short title, the NGA. NGA delivered world-class geospatial intelligence that provides a decisive advantage to policymakers, military service members, intelligence professionals, and first responders. Our other important concept, geographical information system, short title GIS. A GIS is a conceptualized framework that provides the ability to capture and analyze spatial and geographical data. A GIS applications or GIS apps are computer-based tools that allow the user to create interactive queries. User created searches, store and edit spatial and non-spatial data, analyze the spatial information output, and visually share the results of these operations by presenting them of maps. Flow diagram. Flow diagram of applications, selection of appropriate value for the model. To integration of the military bases are into the space. Determination of base RSF appropriate boundaries, creating log records, JD records, in Turkish JD kayıtları. Creating a legend and choosing a military coordinate system, MGRS. The location data and on the map are in the model according to the records, format conversion of location data, and integration into GIS software, GIS environment. Carry out kernel density analysis and map prediction in GIS environment. Application steps, application 1 step, selection of appropriate for the 1M model. 2, the 3D modeling in the software SketchUp. 2, determination of base area military, army appropriation boundaries. Application 2, creating log records in Turkish JD records, in Turkish JD kayıtları. The location data on the map around the model according to the records, raw data, converted formats. Process location map in all of military maps. Application step 3, according to canal density function 72 risk analysis. This analyzes 50 meter radius canal density analysis and 100 meters analysis and 250 meter radius risk analysis. Application step 4, 50 meter radius canal density analysis, 21 analyzes.
Mr. O'Neill, we have issues related with the slide that doesn't move forwards and backwards. So when you mention about your application, we don't see the application slide. So
don't share.
No, actually, we see the presentation, but it
Yes.
doesn't go with your rhythm. Sometimes
Yes.
you forget to pass the slide when you talk about your application, for instance, but we
Yes.
see another slide. So when you present your flow, please be in parallel with the slides. Otherwise, we won't be able to understand your presentation. It moves. There is no problem with Google Meet. You forget to move forward your slide. Okay?
Yes.
That's the problem.
Yes, problem. Application for steps. For steps, 100 radius meter kernel density, 21 density analysis, quantity and width and quantity and width. Application for steps 250 meter radius, kernel density 21 analysis. Analysis of 3D dimensional 3D model simulation of free risk maps. Maps. 3D model simulation, 72 risk analyzes to 9 risk maps to 3 risk simulation model. Study conclusion. In this study, content is processed 72 risk maps and 3D simulation model used in geospatial intelligence. The study should be think in application of military security zones. In the near future, these studies are to be faster with artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. I hope that this study will lead to new geospatial intelligence studies of the science world in our country. References of application. Thanks for participation, for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Is there any question from the audience related to Mr. O'Neill's presentation?
May I ask something, Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Is
Yeah,
there
of
any
course.
plans to develop such kind of intelligent system in Turkey?
Geospatial intelligence bound Turkey system.
Okay, thank you.
Right, okay. Thank you. Sometimes I can also forget. We are in the latest section. The last presentation will be held by Mr. Akunisi Samuel, named age and gender differences in perceptions, and health impacts of noise in an academic environment. So, Mr. Akınusi, can you share your screen with us and
Okay.
open
Okay,
up
so
your
I'll share it
microphone,
straight up.
please? Thank you.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Can you make it full screen, please, and move forward and backwards in order to try? Okay, it works. Yeah, the stage is yours. Thank you. You have 8 minutes.
Thank you very much. On behalf of my team, I'm presenting this work titled Age and Gender Differences in Perceptions and Health Impact of Noise in an Academic Environment. So the agenda for this presentation, I will run through the introduction. If you look at the study area where this research was applied, then we'll look at the aims and how and the objectives. Then we'll look at the significance of the study and the methodology before the significance. Then, so to introduce you to this work, so the pollution is a major source of concern in the environment today because of their impact in various contexts, and they pose a major threat to the well-being of individuals living in the environment. So various national and global agencies have suggested regulatory limits for acceptable noise level in various landscape contexts. So individuals nowadays are unaware of the extent of this negative impact of noise sources of pollution. So looking at previous literature and motivation, the outcome with there is a similar a related research has been carried out in the past, which has mapped the noise level variation within the University of Lagos main campus. A discrete noise level measured in decibel were collected from various land cover types over a few days, and this was were analyzed to look at the agreement of the noise limits in the on campus and with the World Health Organization limits and the NESRA limits. So what are the motivation for these studies? In this study, we will assess the knowledge and perception of noise level based on a structured questionnaire survey with members of the university with particular attention to age and gender. So we also evaluate the impact of this noise on the attitude and health of the respondents. Then we evaluate it based on this age and gender. So this is the area where this study was carried out, which is the University of Lagos, Nigeria. So what are the aims? The aim is to assess the knowledge and perception of noise level with members of the University of Lagos with particular attention on the age and gender group, and then have evaluation of the impact of this noise on the attitude and health of this respondent. So what are the objectives to achieve this aim? We design a well-structured questionnaire survey assessing the impact of noise with members of university community, then analyze the response of this questionnaire, then evaluate this noise level from response based on age and gender groups. So the questionnaire was designed with Google Forms. Then most questions require respondents to select a single option on a 5-level intensity scale, responses ranging between two extremes. Some other questions are predefined options for selection with checkboxes, which is yes or no. So these are the sample questions which were asked for these studies: age group, gender, what is your assessment of average noise level, and all that. So the results and analysis for these studies is shown in this slide. So from the result of the analysis of the respondents, it was observed that most respondents, irrespective of the age and gender groups, perceived the average noise level on campus as being normal. The majority of these responses came from the age group of 20 to 25, being the fact that the university is, an environment filled with students which are within this age bracket. So we look at we analyze the response of this. We analyze this response based on the concentration and the mood of our respondents in reaction to different noise level. Then it was observed that most of the respondents still fare quite well in terms of mood and concentration, even at noise levels that deemed beyond the moderate to them, independent of age and gender, independent of gender, which is on the left which is the left graph. Then the social activities is perceived by both male and female gender to be the main source causing irritation, followed by interaction with humans. So we also analyze the a part of this noise on ear itches and tinnitus. Both male and female on campus believe that this extreme noise level sometimes influence their sleep patterns. Although majority of the males agree that this noise really make them feel dizzy, while female also believe it really made them perceive it to have little effect on their dizziness. The majority of the respondents agree that noise level on campus really causes ear itches and tinnitus. So in concluding this work, a prolonged exposure to noise level can be detrimental to human well-being. Then severe noise level can lead to mood swings, disrupting of sleep pattern, loss of concentration, among other ailments. The impact of this noise-related effects vary across gender and age groups. Prolonged exposure to extreme noise level seem to have similar impacts across various genders, and the University of Lagos management needs to introduce and enforce regulation that would minimize exposure to unhealthy noise level for well-being of its students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a contribution. In order to have a much more better statistics about between the genders, I recommend you to balance the numbers of the genders. It could be better. I see that it is an imbalanced form. In order to proceed with the further classification and other statistics, it could be better. It's just a recommendation. But it is a very societal it has a very nice societal output and a nice case study. Congratulations about that.
Thank you very much.
Not at all. If the other audience have a question to the presenter, I guess no. As far as I see that there are two papers absent in this session. Mr. Kakaatta is not, and the other authors are not here, so we need to skip it. And Mr. Sefa Bilgilioğlu unfortunately made me know that there is an emergency case, so he cannot present right now. I postpone it. In case of any absence, the authors can send us an 8 minutes long video. I will publish it on YouTube, and their papers, full papers, will be in proceeding books. But if the authors do not come here and present their papers, the papers will be published in abstract form. This is very normal case for all conferences in the world. If you do not present it, it will be just an abstract. So I can conclude the session and the day. Thank you so much for your participation. All the recordings of today will be uploaded when Google sends us the record on YouTube. You can revise, you can review the presentations again on our YouTube channel, Intercontinental Geoinformation Days. So I would like to thank you. I would like to thank you to those all participants and presenters here, and have a nice evening. And we would like to see you again for tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the organizers and leading for Dr. Iban. Thank you very much.
Thank you.